All right.
We are good to go on YouTube.
All right. We're ready to go?
Yeah, panelists or attendees are coming in now.
Okay. Are we missing any of our panelists? Well, you want to get started, Jacqueline? We good?
Yep, we're good. Go ahead.
Perfect, perfect. All right, listen, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us for another Up2Us Sports virtual event. Today, we're talking about social justice and the power of sports, and we put together 5 panels of individuals who believe, like we do, that sports has the power and the opportunity in this time in our nation's history to have a long-lasting impact on the way that we as citizens communicate and deal with one another on a human level. 2020 has undoubtedly been a year of turmoil, upheaval, and sadness, to say the least. But for many, it has also served as a time for reflection on how we've shaped our thoughts and beliefs about and actions towards those that are different from ourselves. The ugly truths about our nation's history with racial and social injustice reared its head in ways that for many feels differently than it has in the past. And so we at Up2Us Sports want to hear from individuals who can lend some knowledge and expertise on how we as an organization, as well as others in the sports community, can do better and be better and use sports as the vehicle to change not just the hearts and minds of people, but the policies and practices that have been in place for centuries that undermine, marginalize, and dehumanize those that don't belong to the majority. And so we're going to kick off this event with a video from Robin Arzon, who is an executive at Peloton. And she has some words of encouragement as we move forward with this event.
What's up, y'all? I am Robin Arzon. I am so excited to be here with Up2Us Sports and Adidas. My pronouns are she and her, and I am an Adidas creator, a global ambassador. So listen, I did not grow up playing sports. I actually told myself the story up until early adulthood that I wasn't strong enough or capable enough to use movement as medicine. And I'm so grateful for organizations and curriculum like the Up2Us Sports curriculum that is going to model inclusivity, equity, specifically for the communities who need it the most. I believe movement is medicine. And in my role as Vice President of Fitness Programming at Peloton, I have been able to explore and model in instruction what's possible in tapping into movement as strength. And I'm excited that you all get to be the torch bearers for paying it forward and showing the world what hustle and swagger really look like. I am currently pregnant with my first baby and I'm excited for this little one to be born into a world that is telling stories like the ones we're gonna write. And it's because of partnerships like this with Adidas and Up2Us Sports that young girls, Latina, Black, brown, girls of all kinds are going to be able to see examples of strength and be able to utilize sport to access confidence and be the foundation of their empires. So thank you for having me today, and go forth and change the world.
Awesome. Thank you, Robin, for that message. And hopefully everybody, I hope everyone is inspired by her words. I also want to take this minute to thank our partner, Adidas, for once again lending its talents to the production of another thought-provoking and timely virtual event. Our partnership has proven to be one of mutual respect and admiration, and we look forward to continuing our work together in the space of keeping girls in sports and social justice. We'd also like to thank our presenting sponsor, Michelob ULTRA and Anheuser-Busch, for believing in Up2Us Sports and the work that we do to support and empower coaches living and working in underserved communities. Because of your support, we're able to continue the important work of making sure that our coaches have the skills and tools that they need to be leaders and change makers within their communities. And so now I'd like to introduce our founder and CEO of Up2Us Sports, Paul Caccamo, to give some opening remarks about the organization and its intended impact in the space of social justice. Paul.
Hi, thanks, Ahada. Hi, good afternoon, everyone on the East Coast, and good morning everywhere else. My name is Paul Caccamo, and I'm the founder and CEO of Up2Us Sports. I just wanted to share really briefly, the mission of this organization, what we're about. Our mission is to recruit, train, and support coaches who transform youth, their programs, and their communities. And our vision is that every single child in America has a coach one day who believes in his potential, in her potential, in their potential. And this conversation about racial and social justice is really the heart of who we are, because of our coaches across this country, 90% are BIPOC, Black, Indigenous persons of color. 3/4 of our coaches are coaching in the same communities that they live. So this is our DNA. This is the voices of who we are as an organization. And it's really important to us to have these kinds of conversations to move this ball about social justice. I want to say that this week, Ahada, there was a report that came out from the After School Alliance. And it said that 3/4 of kids in New York who want after school activities don't have access to them. And whenever we have reports like that, you look a little deeper. And where is the inequality? The vast underrepresentation of after school access is among Black and brown communities. We have to right this wrong, because it's not just about after school, and it's, in our case, it's not about sports. Every one of you who's an athlete knows it's about health, it's about wellness, it's about social emotional learning, it's about girl empowerment, it's about safety, it's about college access, it's about self-actualization and life skills, it's about human potential. So we cannot afford to allow a kid who grows up in this neighborhood, because it's a low-income, urban, Black and brown community, to not have the same access to achieve their potential as a kid who grows up in this other community. That's what we're about at Up2Us Sports, and we're committed in this forum to continue these conversations, not just today, but we're going to keep having these conversations until that playing field is leveled. And I just want to say that it's more than conversation, everyone. The real work is really just beginning now, because it's action that we have to sustain. We're going to have to sustain it when the cameras go out and the top story in the nightly news moves on. And we're going to have to sustain it until we see equality. So Up2Us Sports is really proud to be talking about this, because it's not talk for us. When this conversation's over, tomorrow we're going to go out there and recruit and place more coaches in Black and brown communities who are going to be leaders to more kids, so that someday those kids become leaders in this country. And someday we have the kind of country and the kind of justice that we all believe in. So thank you for joining us. I want to thank the incredible panelists who are going to be here throughout the day. And thanks to my colleague and moderator, Ahada. Thanks for leading this afternoon's events. And to you, Dr. McCummings.
Thank you.
Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you. Well, awesome. So there's nothing else to say, but let's get started and let's get to doing some work. So our first panel is bridging relationships between communities of color and law enforcement through sports. This is designed to be a conversation about investing in sports as a powerful tool to build trust between law enforcement and communities of color. So we brought together a panel of individuals who can hopefully guide our practices towards some healing and repair. We have Dan Robinson, neighborhood police officer with the Detroit Police Department. Sergeant Garland Hawkins, training officer with Metro Washington Airport Authority, as well as former NFL player and youth football coach. We have Jimmy Oliver, who is the Director of Community Engagement for the Syracuse Police Department. Crystal Harris, who is a project manager here for Up2Us Sports. Emily Campos from Saturday Night Lights Coordinator, Manhattan District Attorney Office. And Kevin O'Connor, the Assistant Commissioner in New York City Police Department. And also Maria Franklin, who is the Director of Youth Enrichment. So I also want to introduce our moderator, who is Dr. Andrew McIntosh from RISE, which is the Ross Initiative in Sports and Equality. And we could not host an event like this without including our esteemed partner in RISE. And so Dr. McIntosh is the Vice President of Curriculum at RISE and helps realize RISE's initiatives by supporting the design, delivery, and evaluation of curriculum and educational activities for varying audiences and contexts. So I turn this floor over to you, Dr. McIntosh.
Thanks a lot, Dr. McCummings. A real pleasure to be here and a real pleasure and honor to have partnered with Up2Us in the past and to have such an esteemed panel brought together for us to have these discussions. I think, this is truly a noteworthy conversation to have. And I'll just say at the top that, I want to start, I guess, with a little bit of a story because I think it provides some context and some relevance for the work that I think needs to take place in this space. So I grew up in Trinidad and Tobago in the Caribbean, hence the Caribbean accent. And I went into my first day of social psychology class and there was a quotation up on the board and the quotation basically read, "What is imagined to be real is real in its consequences." What is imagined to be real is real in its consequences. And I think if we kind of think about, the title of this panel discussion, where we're talking about building trust, trust is definitely based upon and built upon a foundation of perception. So as we, consider how sport might be used as a tool and maybe even consider other ways we can, begin healing the rift that might exist between law enforcement and communities of color, I think we need to keep in the back of our minds, that many people have particular beliefs and particular perceptions right now. And I think that certainly frames the need for a conversation such as this. So what I'll do as we move forward is I will ask the panelists the first question. I'll throw this out to everyone. And what I'll ask each of you to do is to respond to it. And as you respond, just give your name, the organization you're attached to, and a little bit of your experience, all right? So you'll have the pleasure of, introducing yourselves. I think that you can do that far better than I can. And do that as we respond to the first question. So why is this topic in your mind so critical? I gave a couple of thoughts, from my perspective, why it is important, but why is it so important to you? I'll start with you, Sergeant Hawkins, because you to my top left, and then we kind of go through across the board. So go ahead, Sergeant Hawkins. Thank you. I think you're still on mute, sir.
Good afternoon. Garland Hawkins. I'm with the Metropolitan Washington Airport Authority out of Washington, D.C. In terms of this topic, in terms of what we're talking about today, I think it's important. The trust of what was spoke before is what's needed most. Trust and respect, I think, is what the society as a whole is missing. Every little incident that you see or that's on TV or gets posted, you break it down. You break it down as an individual. And myself, I break it down as a police officer, and I break it down as a Black man. And I take each instance and try to figure out a solution to what that problem was and how it could have been handled differently. So I think as we get into it, I'll elaborate more on it. I don't want to take up too much time. I just think this topic is very important. That's why I was very excited and really, really interested in being on this panel.
Great, thank you. Ms. Campos, do you mind chiming in, just introducing yourself and why you think this topic is so important?
Hi, my name is Emily, and I work for the Manhattan DA's office as a Saturday Night Lights coordinator. And I think for me, this topic is really important because I grew up in the Bronx. And most of the time when I thought about law enforcement, I used to think about them you're only associated with them if you've done something wrong or you've committed something wrong. And so I never thought of the possibility of using programs or sports as a tool to build trust or develop leaders through sports programming. And so when I came across the program that I currently work for, I thought it completely changed my perspective. And for me, it helped me realize the power that we have as law enforcement actors to really help and build. We have a responsibility to make sure that we are the ones building trust in the communities and empowering underserved communities to become leaders and hold us accountable, but also providing access and equity across all. So this topic is really, really special to me, and it's extremely important to talk. So thank you for having me.
Great, thank you very much. Mr. Oliver, you could go next.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jimmy Oliver, the new Director of Community Engagement for the Syracuse Police Department. The reason why I think this is important for us to be talking about, especially with everything that's going on in the world, is an opportunity for us to put our youth and law enforcement together to learn from each other. It's an opportunity, as the gentleman mentioned earlier, is respect and being able to put the youth in the officers' shoes and the officers in the youth shoes or the community shoes. And I think by having these conversations and by being open and transparent, we can definitely move in the right direction. So I'm really excited about being a part of this panel, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Yeah, I think the panelists so far have said some really good things about the importance of the conversation. I've heard about the need for us to take responsibility. I've heard a little bit about perspective taking, Mr. Oliver, right? Putting people in other people's shoes. I've heard about respect, and I think all of those things are critical. As we get the other panelists to introduce themselves, I guess let's shift gears a little bit and talk a little bit about what perceptions youth might currently have of law enforcement. So I'll pass it over to Crystal Harris from Up2Us. Could you go ahead and introduce yourself and just kind of respond to, what perceptions do you think might exist right now in the minds of youth?
Hi, I'm Crystal Harris with Up2Us Sports in Los Angeles. I'm the Sports Space Youth Development Project Manager, and my role is to work with ODJDP in helping bridging the gap between the Police Activities League in Los Angeles and the communities. And I think the current role or the current perception is a negative perception based off of what you see in the media and even just what you hear say just at home. A lot of communities are not aware there are police activities leagues in their communities and not aware that those law enforcement are in there to better serve their communities. So if they're not a part of those actual programs, they're only saying the negative tone and the negative voices of law enforcement are in what you see on social media.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll pass it over to Officer Robinson next. Thanks for joining us. Go ahead and introduce yourself, sir, and respond to that question as well. What do you think might be youth perceptions of law enforcement right now? You're on mute, sir.
Apologize about that. My name is Dan Robinson. I'm a 25-year veteran officer with the Detroit Police Department, neighborhood police officer. My title, I deal with quality of life issues within the community. And as far as perception, what our youth perception would be their reality, I think. And so some of the perceptions that we have, I guess, get fed into their minds several different ways. Young age, where we have, I know I've seen it, and a lot of my partners across the country, I'm sure, where we have some parents or family members or something share their negative experiences or experiences that they've heard of, and they kind of instill that into those young people who grow up not having had any experiences themselves, but already developed this negative attitude towards law enforcement. In some cases, with, hey, you be bad, I'm going to get the police to take you to jail, all those kinds of things like that. And so I know for us here in Detroit, I remember way back when I was a kid, we had the Blue Pigs. And the Blue Pigs, they would go around all the schools and all the different community events, and they would play music and sing along with the kids and just seeing them growing up, as well as the school resource officers. And so officers were tangible. You had a chance to speak to them and do different things like that, so that officers would youth would understand, like, hey, these officers are approachable, and, you know, I can actually engage with them before, you know, I get myself into trouble. And so they have understandings, and they go back and, you know, kind of help change the perceptions that maybe some of their friends and family members may have.
Wonderful. Yeah, thank you. So I hear you saying that, hey, you know, there was programming that existed previously that probably does not exist right now. Let me have Kevin O'Connor go next, introduce himself, maybe talk a little bit about perceptions that youth might have right now, and you know, how might we begin to shift those perceptions? I guess, you know, that's kind of starting to transition in terms of our line of questioning. So what are the perceptions? How might we shift them?
So hello, everybody. My name is Kevin O'Connor. I'm a 33-year veteran of the NYPD. I've been dealing with youth most of my career. I started off as a high school cop in a school on the west side of Manhattan. But the perceptions, it's on the police to break those barriers. So the perception isn't good, whether it's the family talking about or experiences that young people may have had. But I'm going to switch gears off of what Dan said. What sports and other programs that create a environment to break down the barriers, it also does the opposite. It teaches the officers that not every kid that they had a bad experience with is a perpetrator, is a bad kid. There's other life experiences that kid is going through. How do we get to that kid where we can use our experience and our positions to help that kid? The kid may just be hungry. The kid may not have the financial assistance. Sports in particular brings a platform that we can break down the barriers and just be us, be people, have humanity, and get an understanding of the kids we're talking to. I've been involved in sports programs all my life. Even when I ran a basketball clinic for my own neighborhood and the CYO, the Catholic Youth Organization, I didn't care if you were Catholic, Lutheran, Jewish, Muslim. I didn't care. You're a kid, you want to play, you're in. And that's how we broke down the barriers with the kids themselves, to realize that kids are kids, adults are adults, cops are people. And that continues today. The big thing now is, like we talk about neighborhoods that are underserved, how do we use the police department to help them? How about showing up with some light towers on a basketball court that's completely dark and facilitating a safe space just so the kids could play? There's so many opportunities through sports.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. I want to pass it over to Maria Franklin from Detroit PAL. I know that, you know, there are a number of PALs across the country. Your organization, I believe, actually has officers embedded within the organization who do some of what some of the other panelists are referring to. So go ahead and introduce yourself, and I guess talk a little bit about how you incorporate law enforcement into programming, into sports programming, because I think that is the goal of our conversation today, right? How do we get more programs like this established across the country?
Yes. So my name is Maria Franklin. I'm the Youth Enrichment Director at Detroit PAL. And PAL was founded just for this very purpose, what we're talking about today, to bridge the gap between police and the community that they serve, and to create a environment of mutual trust and respect that goes both ways, and helping the police officers to understand the communities that they serve, to the point where they can call out a youth or a family by name and know them and say, hey, I see what you're doing, going back home before I call your mom, right? So having that level of camaraderie and connectedness and investment in the community is what we're able to create when we do what we do here at PAL. We have 5 police officers that have been committed to us from the Detroit Police Department, and their sole job is to engage with the community. They go to sports games and practices. They're at youth enrichment programs. They're teaching kids about our great model. They're teaching them about what it means to be a police officer. Kids know what is appropriate interaction with the police officer and what's not. And the great thing is that these kids have a great perception of police officers when they have that type of interaction. It's just when they don't have that interaction that the media is taking over, and they have the perception of what the media says, what their parents or family members say, or what history will tell them, which in some cases those things are not good. So just need to do more of this, and want to say thank you, Andrew, for inviting me to be a part of this. And I think at the end of the day, the question is, because we all know that there are some issues that need to be resolved, and the justice system is there for a reason. But what are we going to do about it? How are we going to make it better? And it starts with bringing together leaders like we have on this panel that are all like-minded with the same intended goal in mind. So thank you again for inviting me.
Yeah, great. Thank you. So I think, again, some really good points have been raised. So one is there is an issue. There is a need for this. There is an overarching negative perception. We talked a little bit about where those perceptions might come from. And we talked about programming that existed before. Officer Robinson mentioned the Blue Pigs. We talked about programming that exists right now. Maria, Franklin spoke to what PAL is doing. Obviously, Emily Campos is working in this space as well. Anybody else kind of jump in, say a little bit more about sport. What is so, I guess, special about it, unique about it, that it allows us to have maybe some of the conversations we need and get this work done? I'll open it up to anyone who wants to chime in.
I'll jump in.
I'll jump in after.
Let's go ahead, Miss Harris, and then Miss Oliver. You go ahead, Crystal, and then Miss Oliver next.
Sorry, I don't know how to raise your hand on this thing. A lot, as I grew up in sports. I grew up in the underserved communities that we are working with and we're speaking about. And in a lot of these communities, sports is the only way out of some of these communities. And that's why sport is so important. And it's because they're not getting the same resources as other communities as far as with their local school and stuff like that. So club sports, any type of sports is sometimes the only way out of that community. So it's really important to talk about that. But it's also really important to have law enforcement involved and also understand that that this could be their only way or their only means, or what they think their only means are out of their communities. So it's really important to talk about sports. And
yeah, I like that a lot. So one of the things you're saying is that, hey, this is the role that sport might play for these communities. So we need to kind of think about that and take that on board as we develop work and do programming. Go ahead, Jimmy Oliver. You're going to say something.
Yeah, I would just say that exposure is huge, and giving kids an opportunity to meet people in their community that they could potentially be, I think, is very important, because a lot of folks in these communities don't see folks getting up for work every single day, and they need to see that. And sports do that. Sports teach you to fail. Sports teach you to get up. Sports teach you life skills. Sports teach you a variety of different things, and there's programs that are out there, such as badges for baseball, a program that we did here in Syracuse and I did down in Richmond, Virginia, where you bring young people and law enforcement together to talk about healthy lifestyles, to talk about how you're doing in school. And when you develop that rapport with the police and the youth, they begin to trust you. They begin to want to be like you. They begin to change that perception that a lot of our youth have. And, it can go to basketball. We ran a basketball program down in Lynchburg, Virginia, badges for basketball, where officers would come and coach the kids, run camps. They would run the games. And one of the things we would say is that, it's great to have you in your uniform, but sometimes come without your uniform. Let the youth know that you are, to the point earlier, a human being. You are a person. And it turned out to work out well. And we need programs like Pell too, that, make a huge impact. We need, probation officers, we need district attorneys at the table so that we can expose our youth to different people that they normally wouldn't be able to get in front of unless they got in trouble. If we can, expose them earlier and let them know that, hey, this is an option for you as a career or a mentee, I think will decrease, those other negative experiences with the law and order officers and so forth. Sorry.
Yeah, no. Sorry, go ahead.
I would just add that the gathering effect of sport is so powerful. It's one of those things that we can capitalize on. It breaks barriers related to race and age. And so you get people of all different backgrounds that are willing to come together for the love of sport, different beliefs, and we get to shape that and we get to influence them, and they get exposure to police officers and vice versa. The police get exposed to the community. So a really powerful component that we should capitalize on.
Yeah, I like that idea of leaning into sport as almost like a carrot, right? Something that is a catalyst. I guess just shifting slightly, and I know Officer Robinson, you want to say something, so I'll ask you to go first as it relates to this. Part of what we seem to be talking about is some structural things, right? So, we can build these programmings into our communities, etc. Is there anything unique or specific about the programming though? Because I know, Ms. Oliver, you kind of talked about officers coming as mentors, officers coach, etc. Do they need to hold specific roles, or is it just having that exposure? I'll throw that out to Officer Robinson first, and then anybody else could respond to it.
So it is definitely important to have structure, because when you look at like the inner city, a lot of inner city kids, they have some of them come from broken homes. It's a lot of different challenges that they face, that the family faces, and so sports would bring that structure to their lives. I know I grew up playing sports. I was fortunate enough to have the foundation of my family, grandparents, parents, everybody together. And so I was able to stay focused because I didn't have to worry about some of the other things that some other kids in the inner city that I grew up with had to worry about. And so, and like what Maria was saying is that, we get the kids in through sports because that's something mutual that we all like. We all play sports pretty much. And then from there, that gives us the opportunity to communicate. And then for us in this profession, we get to listen and actually use our resources to try and make that change. As well, it's an educational opportunity, not only for the youth to pick our brains, but for us to pick their brains, because, and like say Detroit, and I'm sure it's the same way with, a lot of communities throughout the country. We have, like say maybe the Southwest side. The community is a little different than what it is on the Northeast side. Different needs, different cultures, and differences. And so an officer, not familiar with that culture needs to understand that culture so that they could better, serve that culture. Otherwise, it could be taken as disrespect. And if you're not trying to improve yourself as an officer, to be able to have an open communication as well as that trust that we all talk about, then it kind of makes it difficult. And that's why even with Maria and I know there's so many things we have going on with PAL and everybody else that we sit even before we do things, and we would, try and plan things out. Just like, okay, this is the feedback we got from that. How can we make it better? What should we do to take it away? We don't want to be, we don't want to turn people off. And so, it's a big responsibility, but we just got to listen and use our imaginations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great. So again, I think that's important. I guess say more about some of the specific roles that officers or law enforcement might have in programming. And I'll, ask maybe Mr. Hawkins, Emily Campos to kind of just weigh in there. Maybe even you, Mr. O'Connor. Is it just coaching? Is it just mentoring? Are there other things that law enforcement and officers could be doing to learn more, to create that opportunity for exposure?
I'll jump in real quick. I don't want to take away from Emily's thing because I'm very familiar with her program. I was a beat officer when they started Saturday Night Lights. And that program was basically created because other community-based organizations were Monday to Friday operations. But with the rules to bring other things to the table, we used to have some speakers come into those programs at halftime or in between sessions. There's a Cops and Kids program, boxing program in New York City run by a retired detective, and he has a tutor on site. So if kids need help, they can go at the boxing program to a tutor. And the tutor is a former Golden Gloves champion who's also a New York City teacher. Huge connection right there. But it also creates a different opportunity for that kid, because I don't care if you had 4 failing grades this quarter and you come in next quarter and have 3, that's progress. Each kid is different. We just want to see you get better. So that's some of the things we stress with bringing the boxing's the lure. It gets him in. He's had Pat Russo's had 3 Golden Gloves come out of his program, but he said maybe 1 out of 10 step in the ring. It's just the other kids just want to be part of something that they think is cool. It's relevant to the neighborhood. They learn how to take a little bit of discipline in the ring, and the discipline carries on into their lifestyle. So other things come out of the sports.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah, and I want to continue echoing this sentiment that the important role of law enforcement. So like with Saturday Night Lights, RDA in New York City has decided to commit $1.4 million to run programming across New York City. And traditionally Saturday Night Lights was a Manhattan only program. But as of last year, we were able to expand to all boroughs. And I think that's really special to me, because I was a kid that grew up in the Bronx that didn't have access to programs like this, access to free programs like this. And so I would travel all the way down to East Harlem just to get access to something like this. And only if you knew about programming, you would be able to participate in this. And I feel like the lack of knowledge or just providing more access is extremely important for kids in underserved communities. And I think with that being said, with this investment, we're partnering with organizations that strategize on building relationship with children, and you're hooking the kids in by providing high quality sports training. But it's not just about the sport. What our role is to identify what's missing. What do the kids need? And so in some of these areas, we have our organizations that saying that the kids need employment opportunities. And so part of my role is to try to help link them and connect and build this collaborative community with community-based organizations to try to figure out where are the gaps, what can we do as organizations to work together to provide as much opportunity for children as possible. And so that from that perspective, we're linking them to other like academic support, food support, workshops, employment opportunities. But on the other end, we can't speak on behalf of NYPD with this perception of law enforcement being really negative. So part of my role is also to help facilitate conversations with youth in the communities when they do have a problem, and really strategize with NYPD on ways that we can have positive conversations, but also have both parties interacting and learning from each other, so that they can have a safe space to really learn and really embrace what's going on and really think about how they can make a change in their communities.
Yeah, wonderful. I like that you talked about, the program being a point of access for other services that communities might need. I think one of the things you stress that I think is super important and speaks to, I think, the broader conversation about social justice and access and underserved communities is that youth don't always have access to programming like this, whether it be from lack of knowledge, etc. So, could we have some folks talk about, maybe you, Ms. Harris, about, how do we advocate, and I'd love to hear everyone's views on this, but how do we advocate for more programming like this? How do we get the word out there? How do we create more funding opportunities, I guess, that supports these types of programs? Because again, it seems like it's not just, hey, we playing basketball and introducing you to law enforcement. There are lots of other services you need, and this is a starting point for that.
That's a very good question.
Thank you.
A lot of people, I actually I've been in LA, and like I said, I've been in part of these communities for a while, and grew up in these communities, and I had no idea PAL existed. So our PAL was a program. Our Chair of Youth Foundations were programs that were offered to the youth, the one to have access to sports, to have access to tutoring, to have access to STEM, to have access to a wide range of things. So I honestly, speaking from the Los Angeles standpoint, some sort of better like community outreach or some sort of better marketing about what they're actually doing within the community. I can speak for only Los Angeles that definitely could use more funding into the PAL programs in LA because a lot of the officers, let's be honest, a lot of these officers who are in these communities don't live in these communities for a majority of reasons. Cost of living is expensive, and the cost of living in these communities are extremely expensive, so they don't live in these communities, and they police these communities. Also, some of the PAL officers are hired to be a part of the PAL officers, and not a lot have that time to actually volunteer their time. So some sort of funding in there as an incentive to get more officers involved, a part of their communities that they're actually patrolling within their PAL program. I think that's a great way. I just don't know how to do that, because I can't really speak for the marketing and stuff like that and the funding, but we speak a lot of defund the police, which a lot of people don't understand what defunding is, and defunding meaning to, give more money to these programs, and PAL, Police Activities Leadership Youth Foundation, are these programs. The problem is a lot of people don't even know that law enforcement are already doing these programs. So I can't even speak to how to better market this. And I'm talking about, I would love to give them a chunk of money, because I love my PAL programs I work with, and I would love to better fund them and better see that divide between the law enforcement, police communities, and the community.
Yeah, maybe Maria Franklin or Officer Garland, Sergeant Garland, Hawkins, kind of speak to funding. How do we increase knowledge, increase funding around these programs?
Well, I don't know if you're familiar with it or not, but police budgets aren't as much as you think they are. Of course, we don't have to go out and buy our own equipment. It's still provided to us, but there's really no budget. We do offer things like civilian academies, a junior program. We still do ride-alongs, things of that nature. We do everything within our budget that allows us to reach out to the community. And again, I'm with the transit sort of police department, so our people that we are getting involved with are flying in and out of the airports, but that's about 90% of the people that I deal with. 10%, may be homeless that live at the airports. But again, we still try to reach out to the community as a police department, doing things like Cop Night Out with our neighboring jurisdictions, just to keep that focus open and keep that communication open with the community. There is not. I agree with you. I don't have any idea about how to increase the budget or how to get grants or how to open it up to where we have a blank check to get things done. But it is an interesting topic, and unfortunately, there's not one answer for that. Now, we do get a lot of funding from seized assets, but that's kind of working backwards. You can't rely on that. That money does go back into the community. With training, like you said before, a lot of these police officers don't live in the communities that they work in. A lot of these incidents that happen, it's because that police officer can't really communicate with the person that he's dealing with at that particular time. So it's something that needs to be focused on and definitely changed.
So I would add to that if I can, and just say there's money out there. It's just a matter of creating awareness and getting in front of the right people. And I know there's a lot of focus on social injustice, and maybe it would be beneficial to give that money to organizations like police athletic leagues around the nation that are connected to the youth, that are connected to the families on the ground level, understand the needs, and are prepared to distribute resources on demand as they're needed. So it's just a matter of really educating people so they have a better understanding of where to place their dollars so that they can get the biggest impact. And if impact is what they seek, then definitely investing more heavily in community policing programs like Detroit Police Athletic League or the Police Activities Leagues that exist around the country. We're doing great work, and we just need the platform to do more of it.
Excellent. Go ahead, Officer Robertson.
And just to add to that as well, we know a lot of the police budgets are kind of, down to the penny as to, equipment and things of that nature. But partnerships, like Maria was mentioning, partnerships with other organizations like BUI, like Businesses United for Officers and Youth, or other businesses and things like that, just having relationships, because through community policing, as a community police officer, you make contact with all these different businesses. And there's so many companies, so many businesses that want to help, want to invest in the neighborhood, don't know how to do it. And so, it's up to us to make sure that we direct them in the right, to the right areas, like PAL or some of the other organizations or doing things that's going to be instrumental to these kids so that they'll have, the resources. So there's tons of places that are looking to help out. We just gotta, know how as officers to make sure that we connect them. And I'll go a little bit further by saying, like the responsibilities or the priorities of, say, maybe of downtown, we'll call it like headquarters or things like that, might be a little different than what you have with the patrol officers, say, out on the outskirts of the city, inside the neighborhoods and things where we have the real issues. And these companies that are in that neighborhood, they would rather help the neighborhood, but sometimes, they maybe get connected, and instead of that money being invested in that neighborhood where that company is, maybe that money might end up getting invested in, say, the downtown area or some things like that. And then so many times our neighborhoods get forgotten about, and that's where we really need it. And so that's one of the things I do, and some of my partners. We try and make sure that we don't, and we prioritize from our viewpoint. We prioritize, the needs of our community, and let downtown and everybody else worry about, the total needs of everything else.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And I've had the pleasure of working with Dan Robinson on some recent critical conversations that we've been having here in Detroit. On Facebook Live, similar to what we're doing here. We'll broadcast live on Facebook, creating an opportunity for youth to communicate with the police, for them to learn from one another, for them to come up with positive solutions to the issues that we see in the community. I love this platform, this Zoom platform and the Facebook Live component, because when you think about marketing, what better way to showcase what we're doing than on this social media platform where it's permanent, it's on the web, and it's low cost to us, but it allows us to showcase some of the work that we've been doing. We do these breakout rooms where the kids go and answer questions about police, and they get to ask questions, whatever questions they want to ask. And they get to talk to caring police officers. And during that time, we get to be front facing with our Facebook viewers and share videos of interactions with police officers and the youth with our Little Kickers and our Tiny Tigers program, or show, video of when we gave out coats to community or food to the community when they needed it. This is a great opportunity to use the platform to do a little bit more marketing in that way as well.
Go ahead, Mr. Oliver. I know you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I would just say telling your story, telling, the impact that you're making, going to local businesses, going to organizations, going to district attorney's office, private donors, and saying what your program, how it's going to be beneficial to your community. And I know one of the things that I'm tasked with here in Syracuse is creating a PAL league which we had about 15 years ago. And one of the things is it's going to be academic. Yeah, the sports will be the carry, but academics will be crucial. What we know is that if kids get a C or better average in math, English, science, and social studies, they'll graduate from high school. But they also have to go to school 96% of the time. And the third part of that is that they have to have a caring adult meeting with them an hour a week to check on those things, making parent contact, setting parents up with job opportunities or giving them information. And those are the things that really open our community up to giving us, law enforcement, and others the opportunity to build that relationship. And that's something that we have to do. We got to be willing to go out there and run like we're running for office for these programs that are beneficial to our kids we are losing every single day. And, that's what we have to do. That's what we have to do. We have to roll our sleeves up, get into the fight, and go and sell why these enrichment programs and these sports programs are crucial for the well-being of our youth.
I'm going to add really, really quick. We're also in a media age. We're a completely media age. And if some sort of showcasing of what these PAL programs are doing, I'm not, on the news, on social media, would really help with bringing in funding to these programs, besides the government funding and other fundings that you can get. But I think showcasing what they're actually doing in their communities, so people can actually see, I think it would really be beneficial to the PAL programs and the other programs that exist with Police Activities League.
Excellent. Yeah, I think we've been having some really, really good discussion about ways to get the programs out there. It seems like advocating to businesses yourselves, building some of those relationships, using social media and social media platforms. All of those things I think are great. What about the types of topics we talk about? At the front end, a lot of you talked about having mutual respect, having empathy, recognizing that the context that youth come from, etc. I guess what training, preparation do officers need to be involved in some of these programs? I've worked in a ton of them with a number of officers, and I think these programs do a great job for youth. But is it just any officer who does it? What could we be doing better there? Go ahead, Crystal. I saw your hand up.
Sorry. So if some of you are not aware, Up2Us, we are leading an SBYD in the nation, and also we do really great trauma-informed training. And what the benefits of my grant and what I get to do is not only train individuals who are civilians in trauma-informed coaching, I get to train law enforcement who work with the PAL programs and trauma-informed coaching, and understanding the generational trauma or the traumas that these kids are going through in these communities to better understand them, instead of just automatically negatively assuming a behavior that is happening to these youth. So I would think it'd be great to better train them on these trauma-informed coaching to better understand the youth in their communities and where they're coming from.
Okay, so trauma-informed coaching, I think that's excellent. I think, even to the question right now, where we're talking about things like systemic racism, we're talking about things like police brutality. Are there other types of training that might be useful as officers transition into programs like these? Mr. O'Connor, Mr. Oliver, Officer Robinson, Mr. Hawkins, just your thoughts.
So we have training nonstop in our department, and it really is driven right now by the circumstances going on with police reform. With, one of the questions I saw on the Q&A was, criminalizing youth. It's really looking at how we approach crime. We had a stop, question, and frisk problem here in New York City many years ago. That has changed on how we approach. We went to a neighborhood policing model. A lot of listening tours, like was mentioned by Crystal, the Zoom platforms, the social media. Every precinct has Twitter accounts, they have Facebook pages. People can communicate directly with their own precincts, with the officers, and the cops that do the work with these kids, they volunteer to do the job. The hardest job in the police department is dealing with youth, because it pulls at heartstrings. You don't have answers to a lot of the situations that they're dealing with. So most of the officers that go into those roles, they want to do it because that's the purest form of police work, is when you can help those that can't help themselves, whether it's young people or the elderly. Those are the two categories that most cops want to help. So we do have training, like Crystal was mentioning. We do trauma training. Other organizations, when we partner with them, they may offer training. We're more than accepting to that training the trainers on how that program has been dealing with kids. Saturday Night Lights is another example of that. We have different speakers and different programs involved. But it really is a nonstop conversation, and it's ever evolving. Right now, in the last year, violence in New York City, as it has across many of the cities, has skyrocketed, and there's nothing for the kids to do. So I've seen officers excel and open up a court. We call it open up public spaces. Open up a court. You know, there's nothing preventing us from opening up an outdoor court and letting 10 kids play. It's still within the guidelines. We're still cognizant of the pandemic. You know, so I've seen officers rise to the occasion with this because it's a desperate need right now in what we're dealing with.
Thank you. Last question, and you know, this one kind of ties together something that from the audience. So again, you know, the audience members, if you do have any other questions, please put them into the chat. You know, any suggestions on how we get better cooperation? So, you know, we talked about a number of organizations who were doing this work, but this specific question is, you know, says that, you know, they want to get better cooperation with the local school district. So they are like with the Parks and Recreation Department, or maybe they were the police department. How do we get all of these organizations, I guess, aligned to pull or build a program like this?
Well, I know one thing is budgets. Different entities have different budgets, responsibilities, and things like that. And then honestly, we know sometimes politics get in the way. And so I think that, you know, pooling resources, we could probably get a lot of things done, because, you know, you put together the school district, police department, rec centers, and you come up with some programs that are sustainable, that are, you know, the quality of those programs would be great. And then you could do so much more. And so it takes, I guess, you know, my grandmother always said, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. And so, you know, our citizens, they can't be quiet about it. If you have issues, you got to speak up. You got to find out who to go to. And if that person don't help, go to the next person, go to the next person. And we do have all these platforms now. And so, you know, just hold people accountable. We have all these people in positions that are, you know, here for helping our kids out. Just hold them accountable for, you know, creating platforms for our kids, because we know for a fact, based on your circumstances, you know, maybe some of the kids might get a little bit better based on their family structure. And so we have so many forgotten about. And that's because some of the parents don't really know what avenues to take. And so therefore, their children fall by the wayside. And so it's up to us to make sure that we help not only those kids, but we help the families as well, and lead them to all the resources that they need, and try and educate them. You heard me say education. That's one of the big things I say, education, 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 because there's such a lack of education there on so many different fronts, not just the stuff you learn in the books, but just how life works, and a misunderstanding that sometimes, you know, it just takes a little time just to show people how things operate, and then to try and get in and change some of the things that don't work right.
Yeah, let me just, in the interest of time, take one last question. I know we just have a couple of minutes left. So this question again is from the audience, and it's, how do we get departments to prioritize giving officers the time to participate in programs such as these? A lot of y'all talked about officers volunteering, really wanting to do some of this work. Some of you mentioned they don't have the time because of other responsibilities. So maybe some tips and some strategies there. Maybe Emily, you could talk about, you know, how that has worked in your program, and others can chime in as well. So last question, you know, how do we get departments to prioritize getting officers into these programs and into the community?
Yeah, so the way it works with us for Saturday Night Lights, we have 20 locations citywide, and The way the Manhattan DA's office works, you have a DA's office in every borough. So the way we have a partnership with all of the DA's offices, and we're also one of our former executives is now the commissioner of collaborative policing at, and his name is Chauncey Parker. So we also have, we have to build relationships with the precincts before we even get anyone to come and volunteer. So once what I would normally do is schedule like an initial meeting with the local precinct that's nearby the programming and have a conversation. What do you envision support to look like? Do you want them to provide lights? Do you want them to volunteer? Do you want them to come out and play? And so once you have this initial conversation and you guys are both on the same page, then you guys can do follow up and then try to get them to come to the program. And so I think the most that's been the most successful with getting police officers to come and volunteer. But it's also, it creates a more collaborative and relationship with the organization or with your program to make sure that you guys, you don't get surprises or you get someone that doesn't want to be there. You get people that are really willing and present and want to work with kids.
So that gets back to my point about the officers that take the positions in our department, basically youth officers. They want to be there, but we've also have support from Chauncey Parker is my direct boss, but I work for the police commissioner and his entire strategy is geared towards youth. So we have full buy-in from the executive branch of the department so that I can say, Emily has a program on Saturday night in this gym in this precinct. That precinct officer is assigned there. And it is a public safety thing because we need to make sure we're facilitating a safe space for all of the conversation we just had to happen. It doesn't do us any good if it's not a safe location. And kids are traveling through some tough neighborhoods in some of these areas. So we do have the police role, facilitate safe space. The rest comes with that. So we've had full buy-in from our executives, and now we can direct officers to be there that have already volunteered to be there. And it's part of their assignment. Saturday night from 6 to 8 p.m., you're going to be at this location, and that's your function. And that's where this is going to be the change.
Excellent. Thank you. I want to again thank all the panelists for joining us today: Officer Robinson, Emily Campos, Garland Hawkins, Jimmy Oliver, Crystal Harris, Kevin O'Connor, Maria Franklin. Thanks for joining us. I think a really good conversation, and you would all agree there's a lot more to be said and to be discussed around this conversation. I think high level, there are a couple of things that stand out to me. One is we need to do a better job collectively as a community, making sure that areas are aligned, law enforcement with the business community, with some of the other services that we know youth in our communities need. We need to do a better job making sure that officers have the training, have the tools that are equipped, but it seems as though there also seems to be a huge gap, I guess, around awareness. And what I heard all of you kind of suggest is that these programs work. We need to do a better job of getting that data out there so that people can truly see the impact. Thanks again for being participants on this panel and this discussion. Thank you all in the audience for your questions and for joining us. I'll pass it back to you, Dr. McCummings.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McIntosh, and thank you all for participating in the panel and being a part of this event. This is a really important conversation. I think if you were able to follow the chat, there are a lot of questions about how do we do this better, and that's what this was about, hearing from those that are working in this area to find solutions for how we do this better. So thank you. For the audience members, if you want to connect to any one of these departments, we've put their information in the chat. You can get it there. You'll also receive an email, a follow-up email to this event that will have all of the information about PALS and how you can connect to PALS and in your city. And really just hope that this was a wealth of information for our audience members. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will be back in about 10 minutes. We'll take a 10-minute break. And our next session is going to be on increasing opportunities for Black, Indigenous, and people of color in the sports industry. So stay tuned, go take a break really quick, and then join us in about 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are back and ready to get started for our second session. So if my panelists can now share your video, we'll go ahead and do some introductions and jump right in.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Imani, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Doing well, doing well. All right.
Hi, Ed.
Hi, how are you, Imani?
Hello,
Good to see
Ed.
you.
Great seeing you.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. Hey, Bria and Simone.
Hi.
Odessa. Hey, Odessa. Shina.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Oh.
And Dr. Hayward, are you there? There. Is she coming? She's coming. All right. I'm going to go ahead. Here she comes. There she is. Perfect. I'm going to go ahead and start, and I'm going to introduce the panel members, and then I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Chelsea Hayward to moderate our session. But to start it off, let's start with our panelists, Bria and Simone Woodard. These high school powerhouse volleyball players from Missouri City, Texas, and seniors at Episcopal High School in Bel Air, Texas. And you may have seen them in the news quite a bit lately. These highly sought after and recruited athletes decommitted from Power 5 schools to commit to taking their talents to Howard University, the top HBCU in the country. Simone was selected as a 2020 Under Armour All-American and is included on the Prep Volleyball Top 150 list for the high school class of 2021. And Bria was named VYPE Houston's Private School Volleyball Player of the Year of 2020 and was named to the 2020 AVCA All-Region team and is included on the Prep Volleyball Top 150 list for the high school class of 2020. And through all of this, both girls have managed to maintain cumulative GPAs of over 4.0. We have Ed Foster Simeon, who's been the president and CEO of the U.S. Soccer Foundation since 2008. He has more than 3 decades of experience at the local, state, and national level of the game. And under his leadership, the U.S. Soccer Foundation has become a nationally recognized leader in sports-based youth development. To date, the foundation has engaged over 300,000 children in Soccer for Success. Its program has proven to help children establish healthy habits and develop critical skills through the game. The foundation has also installed 380 mini pitches nationwide in an effort to provide more kids safe places to play in communities that often lack recreational facilities or fields. We have Imani Dorsey, who plays for Sky Blue FC in the NWSL. Imani is a graduate of Duke University, where she majored in environmental science and policy. During her first 3 years in the NWSL, she was voted the league's Rookie of the Year in 2018 and earned the first US WNT call-up in November 2019. Off the field, she aims to use the platform she has as a professional athlete to curtail the various types of inequality plaguing our communities. She's a professional ambassador for Athlete Ally, advocating for LGBTQIA+ equality in sport, and especially the inclusion of trans women in female sports, and also an executive board member of the newly formed Black Women's Players Collective, and spearheading the player-led social justice initiatives at Sky Blue FC, including collaboration with the New Jersey Institute for Social Justice. We have Odessa Jenkins, who is the founder and CEO of the Women's National Football Conference, the director of business development for Parity. She is the founder of multiple nonprofits, and she is an inaugural participant in the NFL's first Women's Career in Football Forum, and is one of the first women to obtain the coveted NFL Bill Walsh Diversity Internship in an on-field position. Jenkins also recently recognized as one of the most influential and powerful women in sports by Sports Illustrated. She is a marketing leader in SaaS technology with multiple years of leadership experience in private funded startups, joint ventures, and Fortune 100 public companies. Odessa has 22 years of coaching and playing experience She's a Hall of Fame running back, a 5-time national champion, 2-time U.S. national team captain, 2-time gold medalist, and member of the International Federation of American Football All-World Team. And we're so honored to add to that list and call her an Up2Us Sports ambassador. We have Shina Wheel, founder and CEO of Minorities in Sports Business Network. Shina is a marketing and career development professional with nearly 15 years of experience in the sports industry. Over the course of her career, Shina has earned the reputation as a leading sports marketer and change agent, charting a course to make room for other women and people of color in sports. Shina is a recognized thought leader, having served as an adjunct professor at institutions including Georgetown University, West Virginia University, featured speaker at the DISC conference, the #Sports Conference, the NBA G League Sales and Marketing Conference, the NFL's Careers in Football HBCU Summit, and the Minor League Baseball's Diversity Think Tank. She has also been featured in publications such as Forbes, Adweek, #Sports, and Huffington Post Live. And our moderator for this session is Dr. Chelsea Hayward. Dr. Hayward's work focuses on improving the effectiveness of athlete activism with an emphasis on engaging in action beyond awareness. Beyond athlete activism, she holds almost a decade of strong and diverse experience in digital media and branding. It is in this space that her talents have been utilized in both the sport and food industries, working with the Players Coalition, the CIF Southern Section, La Chica Sports and Entertainment, LT Foods America, and more. Dr. Hayward has overseen the social media, website, graphic design, and branding strategy needs for a variety of brands, organizations, and professional athletes. And so I turn the floor over to you, Dr. Hayward, to moderate your panel.
Thank you for that, Dr. McCummings. I'm appreciative of this opportunity and excited to jump into the conversation with you. I think we've got a wealth of experience on this panel, so excited to figure out how we can collectively pool that knowledge to let other folks know how we can increase diversity in the sports industry. So I think starting with maybe you, Shana, how did you navigate the challenges of being a minority in the sports industries, and in what ways should sports industry folks research, recruit, or even hire being intentional about diversifying the sports industry?
Yeah, my experience was really challenging in the beginning. A lot of the companies I worked at, I was the only person of color, mostly the only Black person on my team. So not having that community or feeling like I didn't have anyone who looked like me who could understand my experience as a Black person on the business side of this industry was really tough for me to navigate. So it's one of the reasons why I started MIS, because I just wanted a group chat for me and my friends who worked in the industry to just have a safe space where we can connect and talk to each other and just help each other out. I think that when it comes to being intentional about hiring, the first thing to do is to not look at hiring diverse candidates as some sort of just like a box that you have to check, right? Don't just look at it as like, okay, diversity and inclusion is a sexy word right now. Everybody's talking about it. So let's just make sure that we get the box, we set some numbers, we need to hire X amount of Black people by the end of the year, X amount of women, X amount of Hispanics, and then only focus on just hiring those numbers without looking at the person as a whole who can actually be an asset to your team. So when you want to be intentional about hiring, open your pool in terms of the candidates that you're looking at, but also make sure that they're the right people in the role. So you don't end up with quick turnover, but you're ending up with people who are going to be able to actually succeed in your company because they feel like they're an asset and they're being treated as an asset.
Yeah, that's a great summary. I think a lot of what we've seen is that it's about access, opportunity, and then resources. And so by just opening the door, it's not necessarily about providing a handout, but it's about equalizing that access. Odessa, what about you? What have you done, or what have you seen as most important in intentionality for creating pathways for diversity in sports spaces?
Yeah, I think that, as a player and as someone who really believes in the power and the intelligence and the capabilities of athletes themselves, I think it's important for organizations to look at the folks that are driving the sport, and particularly to start with the athletes. Start with the athletes that are playing in their sport, and even the ones that participate in their sport outside of their sport. So women, men, boys, girls, and try and create a pipeline of players to lead in the sport. And I think that's something that a lot of sports organizations are missing, is that some of our best executives, some of our best thought leaders, some of the people that might be able to drive the sport to the next 10 decades are actually on the field or on the court right now. And so I think that a path of least resistance for a lot of organizations can be to start with the players. I think the other thing is for executives to understand what value means and that the world is changing. And that's one way that I think I've been able to try and help organizations be more diverse, is to share that it's not an option, it's a requirement. The world is changing, the consumer is changing. And so once anybody understands the value of something, I think they are more likely to engage in it. So those have kind of been the two things that I think an organization can do, aside from what Shane already discussed.
And it's hard to understand that value if you haven't been exposed to it enough. So that's what we're seeing this year, is that everyone's trying to open the door to increase that exposure. I think that gets into a little bit of what you've done, Imani, with the Black Women Players Collective. Can you speak to that a little bit, and also your experiences in increasing diversity in sports spaces?
Yeah, well, I mean, the origin of the Black Women's Players Collective really kind of began this summer, when we saw a lot of this social injustice and unrest kind of come to a head in our country. And I think we knew timing is everything in terms of making a statement. And we were the first professional league back with our Challenge Cup in July. And so we knew that we were going to have a platform to speak on. And I think that really kind of gave us an opportunity to be like, this is something that is very important to us as Black women in this league. And we felt like people were actually going to be listening to us more so than before. And I think that's where the origin of the collective kind of began. And now, as we've been working and growing and developing over these past couple of months, we're starting to realize that we don't want our reach just to expand to Black women or young Black players. We want to expand it to all female athletes and all Black female athletes as much as possible. And we think that we're excited about where we can take this collective and how we can influence young women in schools, and how our culture and society thinks about women and Black women in particular in sport.
And then along those same lines, Simone and Bria, what you guys have done in the college space has been really pivotal in setting the stage for the direction other athletes could potentially go. Do you guys want to speak to that a little bit?
Sure. I can go first. So absolutely, because we grew up in HBCU families. Like, our parents went, our grandparents went. Actually, it's 5 generations of HBCU grads in our family. So we were already like somewhat exposed to it, but in like the volleyball community, it's not really heard of as much. Like, HBCUs really aren't as talked about and stuff. So we kind of had to learn, and we learn about that community from ourselves and from elsewhere, from our parents. And so that's like what drove us to Howard as well. And it really helped because they have a really strong volleyball program, and that's what we've been looking for. So it was kind of perfect for us.
Yeah. Back to what Bria was saying, I think that back to what Bria was saying, I think that going to Howard was a great decision for us because at Texas A&M, that's where we were initially committed. We initially were just looking for a big volleyball program. We weren't as into how we wanted to deal with our college experience, and that's why I feel like this is such a great opportunity for the two of us.
Definitely, and opportunity has sort of been that key word. So beyond exposure, we've got to get people, once their foot is in the door, making sure that you're providing those same opportunities to people of color that you would to anyone else. Sometimes people operate within their same circles, and that's why we sort of siphon where people are bound to end up. But I think along those lines, systemic change has been a focus of a lot of the work this year, to be intentional about increasing diversity in sports. And Ed, what you've done with the U.S. Soccer Foundation has been big, and especially in supporting the Black Players for Change and what they have with the mini pitches. Do you want to touch on that a little bit?
Yes, of course. So first of all, thank you for having me on this panel. Really important conversation. I am really proud of the work that we've been able to do in increasing access and opportunity for children, Black and brown children in underserved communities around this country. The foundation was created in '94 after the World Cup with the mission of growing the game of soccer in the United States. But when we looked around in around 2008, we realized that the game had grown phenomenally, but Black and Hispanic children have been literally left on the touchline, did not have access to play the game. And so we committed to that. And as was noted earlier, we've engaged over 300,000 kids. 93% of them are children of color who have had access to participate and play in the game, and then building infrastructure in those communities, safe places to play right in the neighborhood where children live. Because when you live in an under-resourced community, transportation and all these other things become huge barriers to the opportunity to play and participate. And why does this matter? It matters because, a lot of folks think of sport as just fun and games, or as a path to become the top athlete in a particular sport. But actually, youth sport in particular are a non-traditional learning platform. It's an extension of the classroom where kids learn critical life skills, perseverance, grit, overcoming obstacles, leadership, teamwork, things that when they go to work one day, these are assets when you go into the workplace to understand how to be on a team, when to lead, when to follow, those kinds of how to overcome disappointments. That's why it's so important, for children of all colors to have access and opportunity to learn these skills through sport.
And that barrier of entry is sort of what we're talking about today. How can we lower it so that there's accessibility for all? Mm-hmm. For all of you, I think in setting the stage of where we're at now, I'm curious about your personal journeys in this space. And so obviously, Brianne, Simone, you both made your decision, but throughout your career thus far, for everyone on the call, maybe starting with Brianne, Simone, what is it personally that you guys have felt has been most important for navigating spaces that maybe don't necessarily look like you?
Especially for me, I would say that a support system is the most necessary. I obviously have my sister with me at all times because we're twins, but also my parents and also the girls who I play with. Most of the Black girls usually hang together and we are really tight together, so we always can lean on each other and stuff like that. When something happens that kind of makes you look sideways and things that kind of don't really feel okay, we still have each other to lean on, because volleyball is a very minority sport. It's very white, and it's very exclusive in a way because it costs a lot of money, and you have to have more money to have more access and more exposure and stuff like that. So it is predominantly white, and most of the places that we are in are predominantly white spaces. So
yeah, I think it's just finding a community, even if it's small, within being with a bunch of people, because that's a really big part of feeling like you are a part of something whenever you're finding people who go through the same things that you do, even though it might be one or two other people, like I have my sister and one other girl on my team. And I feel like that's really important because being in a space where you're the only one is very, very difficult.
Definitely. Imani, in the soccer world, how has that been for you?
Yeah, I can relate a lot to that. As Ed was saying before, soccer is in this country is more a suburban white sport. And so growing up, I was one Black person, maybe of two, on a predominantly white team. But thankfully, as I got older, I was able to have at least like 4 or 5 Black teammates who I really kind of am still very close with to this day, which is something that's very special. But another thing that really helped me, I think, grow in my journey and my identity as a Black woman was also the relationships that I had with some of my white teammates who are some of my closest friends now, and I consider true allies. It takes a while to build that trust and connection with someone, and it's hard to also make that connection when it doesn't feel like your teammates are really wanting to hear what your experience is like. But I mean, I was fortunate enough to have a great club team and then go to Duke and be surrounded by some really great women as well. And over that time, being able for them to ask questions and for me to articulate in some sort of way, because we all know that it's really hard sometimes to kind of explain to somebody what it feels like to be the only Black person in a room. But having those hard conversations and building true allies is something that I've been grateful for, because I think it's allowed me to understand how to have those conversations with people and kind of open those doors so that we're understanding one another even more. I think on the other hand of that, I learned a lot in college as well from my LGBTQ teammates. And that was something that I hadn't been exposed to before. And I think it really opened my eyes to what privilege I have in certain ways. And I think having that experience allowed me to have more empathy and to understand how to communicate my message and what it feels like to be a Black woman to other people around me as well.
Yeah, and allyship is one of those key tools for increasing this exposure and increasing diversity. It's come up a lot with the Players Coalition and the work that we do. All of our athletes operate in different spaces, but once you're able to make those connections to people who operate in spaces outside of your own, and you have an ally or someone advocating on your behalf in sports, in business, whatever the space, that's how we can start to bridge these different spaces so that we can continue increasing diversity. There's also similarities between locker rooms and workplaces, but that culture can be very different. Shayna, what have you seen in business that's been personally most empowering for you and help drive your success?
Yeah, I think for me, the most important thing was just kind of finding my tribe. So finding my safe space, making sure, to Bria and Simone's point, having that good support system that, realizing that your coworkers are not going to necessarily understand everything that you're going through, because they don't have to deal with it. It's not really a part of their reality, but also they may not have been exposed. So for me, earlier on in my career, we had a lot of these stories of police brutality start to really get national attention. So having coworkers who didn't understand necessarily the weight of that, and I believe it would probably would have been different now just because so much has happened. But at that time, because it was the beginning of it getting like really serious national attention, it was tough to go into work every day and have to just put on a good face and do my job. And as a Black person, knowing that this type of stuff was happening and it could happen to my nephew or a cousin or someone who looked like me in my family, was really frustrating. So being able to maybe find a senior Black person who I trusted, who I can go in and have like 10, 15 minutes with during the day and just sit down and just talk about my feelings, or having other coworkers and friends. But also to Imani's point, having allies and people who were open to learning about those experiences and being there to not only just support you, but to advocate for you in the office. So if something did happen, being able to be the ones who spoke up and advocate for you. So, you felt protected in a way. So that were some of the things that I did to kind of just, navigate through the industry.
Yeah, and that's a really good point. With what we've seen, Black people are still people. And so as we're navigating through all this space, we have to handle the business side, but we're also being personally and emotionally affected. So thank you for sharing that, Shayna. Odessa, with what you're doing, you are at an interesting intersection between obviously navigating being Black in different cultural spaces, but also in having the Women's National Football Conference. That's sort of a space that women aren't necessarily in. So can you speak to that intersectionality and what personally you've felt most effective?
Yeah, we aren't there. So I don't want to, I want to represent that the battle is still on, right? Particularly in American tackle football. It is recognized today as something that women don't do. You jump into any comment section that mentions a woman in a football, and you're going to get some of the most egregious things that you've ever seen a person say. But the way that I've figured out how to navigate is, one, I stayed authentic to who I am. I realize that this life that we're living, you have to do a lot of self-reflection. You have to do a lot of thinking about who you are, so that when you walk into a room, that you're completely confident. Because I think that confidence is critical when you're trying to expose people to things that they might not think are normal. And so I think that's a lot of navigating a new space, deals with you and how you feel about you and how you handle who you are. So I never walk in with my representative. I am who I am, and that has allowed me to get into some rooms and have some conversations. And once I'm in the room, particularly as it relates to football, my personal way has been a willingness to educate, to listen, to be that ear, to take something that might seem offensive to others and be that person that has the willingness and the bravery and the courage to correct someone privately. And and I'm sure all of you have been in that situation as Black people, where you're always the one who has to teach someone about your hair or about your voice or about your color or about the music or about the culture. But I think somebody has to take that on. And in football, I've been willing to take that on, to take that educator role on. And it's allowed me to open a lot of eyes and have a lot of conversations. I think the other way, particularly with women in football, is to know your stuff. We all talk about navigating. You can't navigate without a plan, and you can't navigate if you don't know where you're going. And the one way that I've always taught our mentees, our athletes, or anyone else that's trying to bring us into the mainstream is to know your stuff, to be excellent in your product and in your sport. And that's another thing. Like, once you start talking about it, people are going to know, do you know your stuff or don't you? And one way that I've always navigated is to know my stuff.
That's amazing. It's really good advice. Ed, from your perspective, you're surrounded by some very talented women on this call, but from the male perspective, personally and experientially, what have you been through? What have you seen that has been most encouraging maybe in this space? And what have you seen that has really given you hope for where we're going?
What's been most encouraging to me is when we came to the board of directors with the idea that we were going to shift the focus of the foundation to underserved urban communities, that the board embraced that wholly, our board of directors. And they understood when we said that if we're going to go into these communities, we have to do more than just roll a soccer ball out there. There's a lot of need in communities. And so what value are we bringing to the community? And they 100% understood that and bought into it. So that was incredibly encouraging. I'm excited about the prospects for the future, particularly in terms of bringing Black, Hispanic, Indigenous, people of color into the game. The desire to play is there. The access, the opportunity just hasn't been there. And when we can marry those two things together, I think it bodes well for the future. It bodes well for the future of the game in terms of its growth, but it also bodes well for opening up a whole nother avenue of career opportunities for young people of color. We often focus on what happens on the playing field, the athlete, but there is so much that goes on around a sport that is a career a whole future waiting for young people to pursue. Business management, communications, marketing, everything. Sport is a business. And, when you only look at what happens on the field, you miss out on the wide range of opportunities for advancement, for success, and all those things that really matter in life.
Definitely. And you spoke to about bringing more people in. Logistically, as a leader in an organizational space, what can organizations be doing to authentically recruit more athletes, more candidates into their communities, into their spaces where there isn't much representation?
First of all, you use the word be authentic. That's the first thing, right? Phony baloney doesn't cut it because people know. They know what's going on, right? And so you have to mean it. You have to be serious. And if you're not serious, then don't bother, because it's not productive for anybody. The second thing I would say is don't make assumptions about what people can do and what people can't do. Listen for understanding. Listen as opposed to trying to respond to everything. Listen for understanding. Try and understand what people are trying to tell you. What are they bringing to the table? What perspectives do they have that might have value for your business? I think there's a wide range of, and the good news in these sad times that we've had in the past, I won't just say past year, in the past few years, it feels as if the nation and leaders in corporate America, in business, in sport, have opened in a way that I have not seen before. I've been around for a while and I haven't seen a response the way corporate America has responded. Now, follow through is everything, right? It's easy to make statements and all that, but the depth of the statements, the clarity of the statements is extraordinary. Companies don't traditionally do that. The safe route is the easy route. So it's encouraging. So I think that it really comes down to, are you really going to open your doors? And when you bring people in, I think there was a quote made earlier about, inclusion is, being invited is one thing, but being, asked to dance is another, right? It's like, are you, when you come in the door, am I just here as window dressing, or am I part of this organization? Am I involved in decision? Are you soliciting my input or ideas? Can I bring things to the table that you will, take seriously and listen to? Doesn't mean you have to do them, but am I part of this or am I not? Right? That's the difference. Just getting people in the doors is just the beginning. It's how are you including them, integrating them into the business operations, and taking full advantage of the many skills and talents and perspectives that they bring that can help and advance any business.
Definitely. And to your earlier point, listening to listen is something that I'm always trying to communicate to my students, because you can listen to think about your next response, or you can listen to figure out how you can get something, but to listen, really hear what someone is saying is really important. And I think sort of the purpose of this conversation. China, with the Minorities in Sports Business Network, you have a lot of touch points across different corporations, organizations. What have you focused on, and what have your representatives seen as most important for authentic recruitment?
Yeah, so for us, our main focus has been mostly mid-management going up to senior management. In the sports industry, you should not have a problem getting entry-level people of color in the door. And if you do, you have a bigger problem that you need to address, because to get someone to apply for a coordinator position, you should have droves of resumes coming in. So for us, we've been more focused on senior level positions as well as revenue generating roles. So kind of breaking those glass ceilings, getting more of our members and other people of color above these manager level roles and coming into these director and VP roles. And for us, our whole sell is to look outside of the network that you've been looking in all the time. So we know, especially in this industry, it's not the easiest industry to get into because so many people are interested in working in sports, right? So a lot of the times you have hiring managers, senior leadership kind of just looking at people who are already on the team and just saying like, hey, share this with your network. But those networks are the same exact networks. If I'm always only going to my alma mater or my friend circle, you're going to have the same people come in. And interestingly enough, Nielsen has a ton of reports about different diverse audiences and how they add to your bottom line. So this shouldn't just be, as I said earlier, a checking the box situation for you. It should be a business objective because your revenue is going to increase. We see that 19% of companies who have more diverse workforces, companies who have more diverse workforces grow their revenue 19% more than companies who don't. So this is not just about, being able to put together a cool slide that you can put out to whatever diversity trade. It's actually going to affect your business. We know that Black women are the most loyal consumer base, as well as people who are differently abled. They're the most loyal consumer base. So when you have people that represent those communities in decision-making positions who are working on your business objectives, imagine how that opens the door to just more money. So even if you don't personally care about diversity, because it doesn't personally affect you, you should care about the money that you're bringing into your company, if anything. So that's kind of been our focus in making sure that these companies are exposed to just more candidates who are coming from different walks of life. They're not coming from the same 5 Ivy League schools. They're not coming from the same experience that you may look for other candidates from, but people who are coming from different walks of life who can come in, do the job, and really just be amazing in those positions.
Yeah, diversity and inclusion isn't a box to check. It's not a sticker sell. It's not something that you do to save face. It's something genuinely for the business that can improve the quality of your profitability, but also the quality of life of the people within the organization. So Odessa, for you, within the business development space, what tools or tips would you recommend organizations adopt?
Yeah, so I think it's something that Dr. Simeon and Shina, both said. But I always like to think about when I'm sitting with business leaders and saying, listen, bringing people through the door, that once you bring somebody into the business, treat them like you walk them through the front door and not like you drag them through the window. And when you say that to a CEO, or when you say that to a CEO or our chief people officer, like they get it, because the things that you do when you go to an Ivy League, recruiting seminar, or you get someone in your network, you treat them comfortably. You give them all the tools to be successful. You pull them, you have one-on-ones with them, you give them mentors. That stuff is natural. That stuff is natural because you are invested in their success. When you go out and you get diverse hires who might not be familiar to you, you still need to be just as invested in their success. As someone who's grown business over a long period of time, I know that it costs you more to obtain new revenue than it does to grow existing. It's the same with employees. Once I go get a diverse candidate, once I go get a candidate, period, I would suggest, and I always recommend, that it is much more profitable to invest in that candidate once you have them in the door, because there's a reason why organizations right now are turning over chief diversity officers like they're turning over CSR representatives. It's because they're bringing them into the door, shoving some deliverables in their face and then walking off. You're not going to be successful that way in anything you have in the business. So why would you ask someone has arguably one of the hardest tasks in the business to do it that way? So I recommend that business leaders, that people leaders, the chief people officers, CEOs, that they focus on how are you setting up somebody for success in a tangible way that you aren't familiar with. And to me, it means a willingness to change the way you're doing things.
And I wanted to add quickly on to Odessa's point too, because she made a really good point about setting them up for success, especially in a lot of these new D&I roles. As you said, it's not enough to just hire people. And that's if they're even giving them deliverables and not just having them come in to say, like, we have a diversity person in our executive org chart that we put in a cute slide, right? Like, make sure that when you are giving them deliverables, like, you have set KPIs. And to Odessa's point, that you also give them the resources to execute those deliverables, and not just giving them some insane number that says, like, we need to hire 50% more people of color, 50% more women, 50% more differently abled people to our workforce, but not giving them the necessary resources or investments. And that includes financial investments, and not just assuming that the people of color in your office can just go to their group chats and say, like, hey, we have this job, and they're going to magically diversify your workforce. So it's going to take actual real work and real investment to get this done.
Yeah, and that investment, if done properly, you will see a return on that investment 19-fold, as you've mentioned. Imani, in any of the spaces that you're in, what have you seen that's been most important for authentic recruitment, but also retention? And so in hiring coaches and teammates and any of the professional spaces you've been in, what's made people come and what's made them stay?
Yeah, so with that question, I think a lot about my experience of recruiting in college and coming to Duke University and what it was that made me want to play my 4 years there. And I just remember Robbie Church is the head coach there. And I was quite young when I was recruited. I was a sophomore in high school and I verbally committed to go there. But I remember on my visits, it was so important to me, the atmosphere, and not just what Robbie was saying to me, but what type of environment could I feel from the players that he was introducing me to. And he just recruited like such a breadth of young women that I could connect to as a sophomore in high school. And I just felt like coming there, I felt like I was at home, and I felt like I felt like I would have been taken care of in that environment. And I think that's important in so many different ways, just because I could tell that Robbie was caring about me and who I was, not just as a soccer player and what I could bring to the program, but like who I was and how this program could help me set me up moving forward outside of just soccer. And that has been so important to me as I've been through the youth system. And just once I kind of realized that soccer could give me an opportunity to play in college, to get a scholarship, to go to college, the sport opens up so many doors. And I think it's so important for coaches, whether it's in the youth system or it's college coaches or even professional coaches, looking at how you're creating a team environment that is inclusive, and also using the strengths of all of the people that you have. And in what ways can diversity help strengthen your team? And so I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful for my experience at Duke and what I was able to learn. And that Robbie was able to give me that opportunity to kind of grow and like find that identity in myself. So.
Yeah, you bring up a really good point, Imani, around safety. Like, people need to feel safe, and that will encourage them to stay. Speaking to Shaina and Odessa's points earlier around how this could grow organizations, it's not enough to just bring people in, but you've got to foster their development. And so for you, Bria and Simone, what about HBCUs specifically made you feel safe and made you want to make the decision you guys made?
Honestly, everything about it. I mean, we live in predominantly white areas. We go to a very white school. We play a very white sport. We're in Jack and Jill too, so that's like a sense of community from like Black people and like people that are more like us. And so Howard was like more of like it was a perfect fit for us because it's a really, really good school. It's an HBCU. There's so much history. We've had family that has gone to Howard. Our family, like you said earlier, is it's very, very pro HBCU. And we just kind of realized like the importance of it, like more so now, especially now for us. We sort of realized that more recently, just because like the Black history is unbeatable, like the sense of community you can't really find anywhere else. And it's just the perfect place for us. Yeah, or yes, I think that finding that sense of community that we really have not been able to get, especially being in these pretty much white spaces. This is like not kind of like a once opportunity to be able to be in a place where you're completely surrounded by people who look like you. So I feel like that also provides a sense of safety as well as a sense of community that you can just take advantage of for 4 years and really like feel like you can be like your fullest self and not think about the fact that you're the only one, because you're not. You're one of many.
Absolutely. And also like where we were at Texas A&M or committed to earlier, like we definitely know we would have been safe there. Like we love the program, we love the coach and everything. We're still close to her. But it was just time for something different, like a new sense of community, if that makes any sense, like a broader sense. Just to like, I mean, it's college, just to like learn more about who we are. And so, yeah, to have that sense of like a sense of comfort too about being with other people.
Yeah, community is really important, whether you're in spaces that look like you or not. And what Shine has done with the Minorities in Sports Business Network is important, because people can communicate as a collective and have those shared experiences and be able to foster that sense of community without having to always explain what it's like to be in your position. I think we can begin to wrap up now, but I'm really curious if you each had any takeaways that you want our audience to have, maybe 1 or 2 things about what's most important and where you see things going. Let's start with you, Odessa.
Yeah, so I'll go back to this, but the most important thing is to be true to yourself and be authentic to yourself. I think that's both for us who are working to diversify and break glass ceilings and be the first of many in the room, and for those that are letting people into their world and into their businesses. I think it's super important that it might not be the right time for you to embark upon your diversity and inclusion journey. That might not be okay. It might harm you, but be true to it. Be authentic to it. When you're really ready to do it, that's when you do it. And I think it's the same for us. The other thing that I think is really important is excellence. I'm an athlete to heart. I'm a coach by nature. And I think that it is super important for you to try and attain that thing at the highest level to ensure that you're not the last in the room. You might be the first, but always make sure you're not the last by simply being excellent at what you do.
Yeah, keep the door open behind you. Ed, what about from your perspective?
So I'll take two angles at this. One is from the hiring person's perspective. And the famous quote that people won't remember what you say, but they will remember how you make them feel. And when it comes to diversity and inclusion, that is really important to remember. That words are words. But your behaviors, how you treat people in the workplace, how you embrace them, as Odessa was explaining, or do you open the same doors? Do you give the same kind of treatment? Do you embrace them in the same way? That's what would make people feel comfortable and feel a part of, as opposed to apart from what's going on in that organization. And then from the person coming from the outside in, the athlete, the employee, I'm going to use one word, and that word is courage. Courage. A lot of this stuff is scary to take a step into difficult and challenging jobs and responsibilities that the world tells you maybe you're not qualified for or whatever. Having courage to step forward, to put your hand up for that promotion, to put your hand up for that job opportunity. It's not an absence of fear. It's just you're all right to be a little unnerved, but still doing. And that's the difference of making it, is having courage to step forward into the bigger role, into the bigger job, into the bigger responsibility. Even when inside you may be a little fearful about that, what could happen, maybe I won't be good enough or whatever. But I look at those two things.
Imani?
Yeah, for me, thinking about being an athlete, team culture is so important in the environment that a team creates to be successful. It's so much about how you can connect with one another and how you can become a family and rely on one another moving forward. And Shina said it earlier, but just looking at the person as a whole. And so when we're thinking about diversity and inclusion, whether it's a coach or whether it's a teammate bringing another player into a more inclusive environment, how are we thinking about how they can contribute and what they have to offer, not just on the field, but who they are as a person, and how can we all grow together and learn from one another? I think it's really important.
Bree and Simone?
Will you guys repeat the question again? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, just what you would encourage people to walk away with this conversation.
Okay, cool. Yes, just back to what Mr. Foster Simon was saying, I think that having courage is really important. And honestly, just trying to do whatever you think you would like to do better and not being afraid of what might happen or like what other people might think, but honestly, just doing whatever you think will make you the happiest.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that just go out and do it. Like I mean, diversity right now, it's always been necessary, and it's definitely very necessary, especially what's happening in the world right now. And we just all need to be able to come together and just go out and do it. Yeah, like have courage and just do what hasn't been done before.
And Shina?
Yeah, so I'm gonna sound like a broken record, but literally what Ed and Odessa said was words that I live by. So the first is, being your authentic self. I made the decision a few years ago that however I walk into an interview is how you're going to get me. You're going to get me as I am as an employee. So I purposely do not straighten my hair anymore. When I go into interviews, I purposely, if I have braids in, I'm not taking out those braids. I paid to have those braids in. I'm not taking them out premature just because we have an interview. So you're going to get me, you're going to get this full Black girl, but my work will speak for itself. What I look like should not matter. And to Ed's point about being, having the courage, just know that you belong in those spaces. I feel like a lot of times as people of color, because we may be the only person on the team, we may not be heard as much. We often may feel like, maybe I don't belong in this room, maybe I don't know what I know, but you're there for a reason. You know what you know. A lot of the time you may be a little bit overqualified for what you're doing. So know that you belong in those spaces, have the courage to speak up, find your allies who can advocate for you, and have the courage to go for those roles. I won't mention the guy who's in the White House by name, but he really went for the highest job in the land just because he felt like it one day, and he had zero qualifications. So if he can become president of the United States, you can go for that VP job and get it. So.
Definitely. Thank you all for that response. I think if I were to sum up the full conversation we've had around increasing opportunities for Black and Indigenous people of color in the sports industries, I'll go back to some of those words that we had mentioned earlier. So it's about access, but authentic access, not necessarily advanced access or special access, just the same access you're giving to everyone else. And then from there, it's about exposure. So making sure that you're exposing the right people to the right positions, thinking through all of the qualifications, because to Shina's point, sometimes people are overqualified for the positions that they're applying for. But then personally, if you're not even sure if you're qualified, but you might get the job, so apply for it. And then again, providing resources. So making sure that we're supporting the people that we put in these positions to do their best job and be their best selves. And then again, around courage, being courageous, remaining courageous, and then authenticity, staying authentic to yourself, whether you're on the hiring end, whether you're the person applying for the job, whether you're the coach, athlete, whatever you are in that space, just remain your true self. So I thank you all for joining this panel, and encourage you to follow all of these panelists on social media, wherever you can find them, as well as Up2Us Sports for making the space for this conversation. So with that, thank you everyone for joining us.
Thank you, Dr. Hayward. Thank you, Ed, Imani, Shina, Odessa, Bria, and Simone. Thank you so much. We did not get it. We're right at the end of this session, and we do have a 10-minute break. So I'm going to go ahead and throw this out there if someone wants to answer. But we had a comment that came in through the chat about pay equity among women and people of color, and how it must be intentionally addressed, as well as inclusion. And I remember from our panel back in October with the Women and Girls in Sports Symposium that came up as well, about when we now are in these spaces, we're still uncomfortable to ask for our value, knowing our value and asking for the right pay. So if someone wants to jump in and address that really quickly, how do we step into these spaces, but then also know our worth and ask for our worth?
I can jump in really quickly on that, because that is something that MIS addresses as well. And we've had a number of different events that speak to learning how to negotiate. From my perspective, a lot of the times is we just don't know, right? I'm first generation here. My parents were very much just be happy with what you got, be happy that you were able to have access to this position, and, you know, put your head down and do your work. Where that should not be the case anymore, right? So for me personally, I talk about salary all the time. I have a friend who worked in the finance department of a company and saw what executives are making and saw what different types of people, the packages that they have. So we make sure that we are very open to what we should have access to. I connect with my friends who work in HR every single time I get a role or I'm negotiating something, and I present to them what I have and say, like, what are the things I should be asking for? What is the number I should be looking at? Because a lot of the times we will undersell ourselves, right? When we're going into a company may be offering, let's say $100,000, and we'll come in because we've been notoriously underpaid in the past and be like, oh, I'm good with 80,000, right? And you're leaving $20,000 on the table. So doing that right research, making sure that you're connecting with people in your network and in your space and your group chats, and having honest conversations. So when me or my friends get hired, we make sure that we share our salaries with each other. Like, listen, I went for it and I got it, and this is what we're looking at. So having those honest conversations and definitely being aware of what's out there and asking for it, to your point, Ahada, of not being scared to ask for it.
Thank you, Shina. Thank you, panelists. This was a wonderful conversation. Hopefully, again, that our viewers are watching and are able to use the information that you've given and your stories that you've shared, and are able to use that in their own business, in their own lives, in their own workspaces. So we are right at about quarter after the hour, and we're back on at 2:20 p.m. Eastern time. So please, everyone, take a break and then come right back with us.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. All right, we're going to get started in a minute or so. If I can have all of my panelists share your video. Okay, Angela. Here's Andrew.
Hey, everybody.
Hello, how are you? Good to see you.
You too. Great day.
It is. It is. All right, we're going to jump right in. We're still waiting for Eton to come. I think he's hopping on now. So I'm going to go ahead and start introducing everyone on the panel, and I'll do his introduction last. And hopefully by the time I get through everyone else's, he'll be on screen. All right. All right, so this panel, this is session 3, and welcome for all of you who have been through the first 2 sessions. We've had some really, really great conversations with some awesome people just around discussions that we need to be having right now. And so we're going to keep the ball rolling. This session is leveraging the athlete voice for social change, which is a discussion about what athletes are doing now to advance the social justice movement and what more can be done. So joining us again as a panelist this time is Dr. Andrew McIntosh, Vice President of Curriculum at RISE, where he helps realize RISE's initiatives by supporting the design, delivery, and evaluation of curriculum and educational activities for varying audiences and contexts. We have Colleen Temple, another high school athlete who decommitted from a Power 5 school to attend an HBCU. She's a student athlete from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Colleen attends LSU Laboratory School and plays both volleyball and basketball, but will be continuing her volleyball career at Howard University in the fall of 2021. Off the court, Colleen is passionate about politics and social issues. She is a founding member of her school's Black Student Union, and in June, she organized a Black Lives Matter protest with over 1,200 attendees. Colleen plans on majoring in either political science or sociology at Howard University next year. We have Colette V. Smith, who is the founder and president of Believe in You Incorporated and the NFL's first African-American female coach in the history of the National Football League, by way of being the first female coach in the New York Jets franchise history, coaching the defensive backs in 2017 during training camp. Smith is currently on the executive staff for the WNFC as the Director of Government and Community Relations. The WNFC is a brand new women's professional football league that creates and fosters an environment for female athletes to sustain healthy lifestyles through playing, coaching, and participating in American football at the highest level for women. We have Michaela Hammond, is a creative marketer specializing in sports marketing, brand strategy, and client management. Starting her career at Ogilvy and Mather as a strategic planner, she brought her roots as a strategist to Excel Sports Management, representing some of the world's top NBA players, including Blake Griffin, Kevin Love, Isaiah Thomas, Harrison Barnes, and Paul Pierce. Her sharp approach to marketing resulted in some of the most innovative partnerships in sports with blue chip brands, including Banana Republic, Google, and Red Bull. While at Excel, she was fundamental to the formation and launch of the Players Tribune in 2014, an athlete-first media platform. And now she manages talent partnerships for More Than a Vote, a coalition of Black artists and athletes fighting to stop voter suppression started by LeBron James. We also have a retired NBA player and motivational speaker, activist, and author of More Than an Athlete, which takes controversial topics such as the death penalty, the GOP, racism, and abortion. Author of Voices of the Future, which is a book of poems and essays from today's youth, again on controversial topics like police brutality, HIV and religion, and fatherhood, rising to the ultimate challenge. And now his new book, We Matter, Athletes and Activism, where Eton Thomas addresses the influence that athletes can have when they join the conversation on race, politics, and civil rights. And finally, we have our moderator, who's been a friend to Up2Us Sports for some time now, and has helped us out on these panels before, Ms. Angela LaChica, a frequent lecturer both nationally and internationally, and owner of LaChica Sports and Entertainment Group. Angela is also currently an adjunct professor at CSU Long Beach, where she teaches classes on advanced sports media and marketing and the business of sport. A 25-year veteran of the sports industry, Angela has consulted for major sports properties, leading nonprofit organizations, and many of the top professional athletes in the world. Angela has been a pioneering force behind social justice advocacy, having designed and implemented multiple strategic marketing, special event planning, and media campaigns across the country. So I turn the platform over to you, Angela, and welcome to our panel.
Great, thank you everyone. Thank you everyone so much for being here. I'm excited to dive right in. And great to see a lot of familiar faces on this panel. So let's get started. 2020, we have seen a tremendous amount of athlete activism and players using their platforms both on and off the field. I'd like to pose this question to the entire group to start with, talking about how you can share how you've used your particular platform to speak out, whether it's been through your athletic performance, whether it's been in the office setting. I'd like to start with you, Colleen.
Well, as a high school student, I believe it's extremely important for us to start getting involved in these types of issues now and becoming educated on them. So I hear a lot that, oh, we're young, there's not much we can do, but I think that educating yourself is the best way to start preparing for your future, and just reading, a lot of reading, and also just doing the little protests you can. Like in school, I don't stand for the pledge. I encourage all of my fellow students to stand up for what they believe in, and if they don't believe in it, then don't stand up.
We can go ahead around. Anybody would like to jump in?
I'll say for me personally, I think just taking action, however that action looks, that action might be simply getting my teammates together and say, we're going to put up our fist, in honor of, when I think about that, I think about the 1968 Olympics in Mexico, where, Smith and Carlos, Tommy Smith and John Carlos, were getting their gold medal, and they very nicely showed their solidarity and support for Blacks that were oppressed. So I think always using your platform to empower others, as small as it may be, it could be a great impact and a teaching moment, a teachable moment for a lot of people.
Yeah, I think, thanks for being here. I see myself personally as an educator, and RISE as an organization views themselves as an organization that would like to educate and empower the sports community. So we've done a ton of work this year, really building out our educational work, talking about civic engagement, identifying strategies with athletes across all age groups, in terms of how they might better act within the community. What are the issues and causes that they're passionate about, and helping them come up with strategies that are impactful. That's kind of been the way we've advocated this year.
Michaela, how about you?
Sorry, I was having some technical difficulties on my end. So if you wouldn't mind repeating the question, I think I missed it, which is why I'm like, I don't want to jump in and say the wrong thing.
Sure, by all means. So we wanted to know how, just in this past year, you've used your platform, whether in an office setting, in your personal setting, just what that like out against all of the injustices we've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. So this summer, actually, I grew up in New Mexico. I am half Native American from San Felipe Pueblo, and I worked with an organization called Illuminatives on a grassroots but activist campaign to change the name of the Washington football team. It was a racial slur, and it was just a moment where, you know, I don't have the biggest platform in the world. I've worked with professional athletes for almost 10 years, and I know how to sort of utilize their platforms and get them to speak up and use their voice in order to impact change. And I think, you know, over the summer, that was an amazing campaign that I was a part of in terms of just, you know, focusing and centering the issue and making it part of sort of the daily conversation that people were having in sports. And so that's just, you know, something from the sidelines that I was able to do. And then now, and in my role managing all of the talent relationships with More Than a Vote, you know, offering ways for athletes to continue to use their voices. Eton actually just did a video for us for More Than a Vote in the Georgia special election runoff campaign. And so it's really just being able to use my background and my experience as a marketer and a strategist to affect change by using people's platforms that are bigger than mine, but can definitely have an impact.
It's great. Yeah, I always joke and tell people if anyone knew who Angela LaChica was, my name would be on every op-ed trying to end cash bail and anything that we could do. Right. But you're right, using the player platform is a great advantage to our particular work. And then Eton, I know you've been so busy. I want to couple your question, not only what you've done, but at what cost?
Well, I think there's always a cost. First of all, thank you for allowing me to be a part of this discussion. I think there's always a cost, especially now with social media. You know, when I played, you know, it wasn't like ages ago, but social media wasn't what it is right now. So they have, you know, millions of followers, and they have a lot of people who will have backlash when they disagree with what they're saying. You know, when I was playing, I would get fan mail, and, you know, I had to open up letters and boxes of people who disagree with me. But now it's just a click of a button on in your Twitter mentions, and that's a totally different, you know, type of everything. But the way the athletes have been using their voice and their platforms, it's been spectacular. You know, Kaepernick really started a whole movement because, you know, for a while it was a little quiet, to be honest with you. It was a little quiet. You know, in the 90s, you have, you know, Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf and you have Craig Hodges, but then other than that, at least in the NBA, it was kind of quiet. But you know, then you have the top athletes now, like LeBron James and Steph Curry and, you know, Dwayne Wade and Chris Paul, like the top athletes using their voices, so then everybody else, you know, after them is inspired and they follow suit. So I think we're in a really great place right now as far as athlete activism. I just want to keep it continuing, and I think that it will.
That's great. And Colleen, same thing to you. You know, at what cost, if any? We've heard some athletes say that they've even lost some personal relationships just for speaking out, which has been interesting, particularly this year. You know, I think we saw a lot of true color, given that 7 million people still a lot of the events that had happened this spring during racial injustice. So, you know, you organizing this incredible march, can you just walk us through, you know, if there was any cost to that, but really why you did that and why it was so important?
Right. Well, for the past few years, I've just continued seeing videos of people being brutalized by police, and I'm tired of sitting at home and not being able to do anything about it. You know, posting on social media, it's very helpful. It's a lot, but I felt that I wanted to try and do something concrete. So one of my friends, I reached out to her and I said, would you be interested in maybe organizing a protest for this? And she said yes. And at first we didn't think it would be very big. We were basically just posting on social media about it. We thought it would only have about 20 to 30 people show up. And once we posted it on Twitter, which is like, honestly, one of the biggest social media platforms, that we weren't expecting it. Neither of us had a huge following, but it just blew up. And so many people from my community, which I was really, really proud of Baton Rouge and Louisiana in general, so many people showed up and came out and supported. It was kind of like just a touching moment to see all different types of people, all different ages, all different races come together and support the Black community in that time. And I just was so grateful.
Wonderful. And, speaking to some of the tools and the resources that athletes may need to be able to accomplish some of those things, Dr. McIntosh at Rise, I know your organization works a lot with trying to extrapolate the athlete stories and using those as educational tools to empower the community members. Can you speak a little bit more to that work?
Yeah, sure. I'll just kind of say something else as well, which is, I think there's a cost to not acting. And so I think it's been really powerful that athletes historically have been doing this work and have continued to do this work, really stepped up in 2020. I think, one of the things that's really central to the athlete voice is that they represent sometimes very marginalized communities, right? So they understand an experience that quite frankly, much of the society does not. And so when they speak into power, the lives and experiences of those that they have left behind, those that, the situations they've managed to escape. They also speak into power a lot of the things that are going right in some of their communities, but those narratives are not as public. And so one of the things that I think is really critical in this discussion and needs to happen if we are to move forward as a society is the building of empathy, and telling stories, sharing experiences, getting people to stop and think and consider alternate perspectives. I think it's something that athletes have truly done. If we kind of just go back to Colin Kaepernick, we go to Maya Moore, Rennie Montgomery, a lot of the work that they have done, they've forced people to stop and say, well, hold on, why are we making such a big deal about this? And even that question creates impetus for us to move forward. So I think the storytelling is absolutely powerful. It needs to continue. I think, More Than a Vote as an organization has done a tremendous job of getting some of those stories out there.
Great, and that's a great into Michaela's work. Just tools that you provide your athletes and your partners, getting that messaging out there.
Yeah, I think since 2015, and then obviously with the election in 2016, a number of athletes, I think, looked around and said, like a lot of people, like I'd been checked out, I hadn't been involved in knowing as much as I should about particular processes or even just civic engagement. And, maybe I voted in 2008 because I was really excited about President Obama, but then I just stopped paying attention and then I didn't, and I think that 2016 was obviously a wake-up call for a number of people and communities across the country. And from that time, so many athletes would come to me and then obviously would create the impetus and start for More Than a Vote about how do I make an impact? Like, what can I do? Because I think the drive was there, but the options and the sort of plan was not. And I think in 2020, in the wake of George Floyd and sort of this repetitive cycle of just another instance of police brutality that was so visceral and really hit a chord within the nation, that these athletes, again, were looking around like, how do we stop this? We have like platforms, we're so important in the communities that we come from and the communities that we play in. And I know I can do something more than just tweeting. I know that there's something more to be done. And I think that More Than a Vote, really started from that feeling. And our group, which is made up of really senior and sophisticated policy experts and people who have worked in this arena for a long time, have pointed and given athletes the blueprint of how to make an impact. And not to be super long-winded, but a lot of people weren't thinking about opening sports arenas as voting locations because of COVID-19 and the pandemic and needing safe spaces for the community at large to vote. People weren't thinking about being poll workers. And we did a campaign, that was really cool. It was voiced over by NBA and WNBA athletes. We had a moment during the game one of the NBA finals with President Obama shouting out poll workers. And we signed up over 40,000 poll workers, which 100% made sure that voting locations in communities of color stayed open, because those are often the first to close, and that they stayed open for longer, and that early voting was able to, so it's just the whole machinery of democracy, small d democracy, was able to go in certain communities because of, this small effort, but really, I think, just making it sort of a thing for people to care about, which is where I think athletes play a really vital role, because if you give them the tools and you give them the content and you obviously make it cool and interesting, then you don't really understand sort of how that permeates throughout communities that are typically hard to reach for politicians or experts or people like that.
Right. And we talk a lot about, and the work you guys have done, I mean, you absolutely made a huge mark on this past election, and we thank you. I know a lot of the players that we work with were also very supportive, and we were getting information on the poll workers and all of that. So kudos to you all. But then talking about the power that when the players speak, that people listen. You know, at the Players Coalition, we knew very early on that there was a lot of eyes on the players. And so if they were going to come and speak out against some of these issues, again, whether it was prosecutor accountability or bail reform, that they needed to be really educated privately to make sure that they were comfortable speaking out publicly. Etan, this question is for you. You know, and you have your book, which I'd love for you to speak about, We Matter, Athletes and Activism. And I read an article that was talking about a conversation Coach Boeheim had with you. Mm-hmm. And he says that when you speak, you'd better be able to back up your position. Mm-hmm. Can you expand on that and talk about how it's even more so important in this climate, with it just being so visceral and the athletes' platforms?
So in my book, We Matter, Athletes and Activism, I interviewed a lot of different athletes, both past and present activists. So I got a chance to interview a lot of athletes who I grew up admiring, like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Bill Russell and John Carlos. It was really amazing. But I interviewed a lot of the current athletes as well. In one particular chapter, I talked about mentoring, and this speaks to specifically what your question is, and the importance of mentorship and the importance of preparing athletes for when they do speak out, what's about to happen. Because sometimes you don't know. You're just speaking your mind, you have an opinion, you have a thought, you say it, and then the aftermath comes after that. So then after that happens, you have to be ready to defend your position, almost like in a speech and debate type of a style, because you're going to be attacked. Not like you may be attacked, you're going to be attacked. They're gonna first try you to see if you know what you're talking about, because if you don't, then they're going to say, oh, this athlete has no idea what he's saying. He should just stick to his sport. They're just waiting to do that. And then you're going to see a lot of media people, like beat writers, like your own beat writers that you talk to every single day and see every single day. They're going to have a different, type of interaction with you. These are things that are just going to happen. I speak about that from experience of what happened with me when I was here with the Wizards. I spoke out against the invasion of Iraq and what happened with, specific people from the Washington Times, or specific people from, the way that they, it's almost like, how dare you, you ungrateful athlete? How dare you be anything but thankful for being able to play this sport? And that's not a new concept. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar talked about hearing that, back in the 60s. Same with Bill Russell. He was winning championships. Everybody loved him. But then he started speaking about segregation and racism, and then everything changed. So really, athletes have to be prepared and mentored. I got a chance to interview Malcolm X's daughter, Alyosha Shabazz, and she talked about the mentorship that her father, Malcolm X, did with Muhammad Ali and how he prepared him. And, it's really, you have to be prepared, because, once you step out, you have such a tremendous platform. So not only are what you're going to do going to influence other athletes, but now you're speaking for marginalized people who don't have the platform to be able to speak for themselves. Now, yes, they are speaking for themselves, but they don't have the ability for it to reverberate throughout the entire nation the way that an athlete does, because of the power of the media. And that's, you have to know what you're stepping into once you step into that realm. And I think that's where mentorship and being prepared is vital.
Mm-hmm. And what was the biggest lesson you learned while you were writing the book? Because you went into it obviously with a wealth of knowledge, but what was something that, or a few things maybe that you can share that were really eye-opening to you?
Oh, there was so much, as I was going across the country, this was before COVID, and speaking at different universities, the empathy factor that was spoken about before, I saw it, but it was different because it was only because an athlete was saying it. So it was kind of like so you only understand that this is wrong because Dwayne Wade is saying it or because Russell Westbrook is saying it now? You didn't understand it all before all these years? And it was hard for me not to get caught up on that because I heard it so often. You know, I remember being at, I think it was Penn State. No, UPenn. It was UPenn. And there was mostly white audience, white males. And one person raised their hand, they're like, listen, we understand, but this is just not our world. But we were so surprised and so shocked to hear that Dwayne Wade, you know, in your book, talking about how he feared for his children. And I was like, yeah, you don't understand that this is every Black family that fears for their children every time that one of these cases happen. And then we have to have the talk with our children. And then we have to tell them, okay, when a policeman stops you, don't make any sudden movements, don't do this, don't do that. Those are things that are, it's just not your world. So you don't have to worry about that. I remember one time I asked them, this is at a different place. This is at UConn, I think. I asked them, I was like, what is your main thing that goes through your mind when you're stopped by the police? And a lot of white people say, well, hope I get out of this ticket, you know, hope I don't, this isn't against my points, you know, hope my dad doesn't take mine because the insurance goes up. I was like, yeah. And then all the Black people in the audience started laughing. And the white people were looking around like, well, why are y'all laughing? And they were like, because that's the furthest thing through our minds. We're not worried about getting out of a ticket or our insurance points going up or anything like that. We're worrying about surviving and going home safely without an incident happening. And it's those kind of conversations that create the empathy, but also it's frustrating at the same time, you know what I mean? Because it shouldn't take an athlete saying this for you to understand that this is an issue.
Right. So Colette, Eton had mentioned, you know, prior to 2016 and Kaepernick taking knee, that it was quiet for a little bit. And we saw on the NFL side, 2016, 2017, a lot of the players trying to, you know, encourage the league to be on the right side of history and start really making these social justice issues a focus. At the time, some players, I found it interesting because some players would talk about the difference between support and permission. Just because we're going to allow you to do this doesn't mean we're supporting you.
Yeah.
From your position now as a coach, what does support look like to you for your players?
That's an amazing question and something that I personally experienced. So I no longer coach in the NFL. I chose to start my own company, Believe in You Incorporated, because I saw the great impact by me being a Black woman, and the first Black woman to do this had on little Black girls. And I was one of those little Black girls. And I'm also proud to say I don't coach the Jets today because they're not doing so great. Anyway, when I was with the Jets, speaking to my players, being with them, and the NFL is comprised of mainly Black men. So we're preaching to the choir, or they know what's going on in the world, and they feel obligated to not speak up so much. It's a really scary thing when we think about what happened to Colin Kaepernick. He's no longer being a player. My players, personally, what I went through was I was terrified to take a knee. I wanted to. So I was terrified. And I was one of the coaches. In the room, in the meeting room with the players, hearing the head coach, he's a Black man at that time, talk about he believes and he understands what's going on because he too is a Black man, and having to say, and I don't know if anybody spoon fed him, and knowing Todd Bowles, no one spoon fed him, but his stance was, we're here to play football. Let's focus on that. We're here to play football, but we could have taken a greater position. And the guys were apprehensive to do anything. And I know the guys personally wanted to take a knee. So this is something that these guys are fighting for. You're talking about men, Black men, that were not raised with a silver spoon, if a spoon at all. And now they're going to be making a lot more money than they're accustomed to. Do they forfeit their job because they've seen it happen through experience? So it's a tough decision to make, you know, but closed mouths don't get fed. You know, I take a different stance today. For me, I live by a different code, and I speak up and I encourage others to do the same.
And So a question I'd like to pose to everyone in the group, and Colleen, I'd like to start with you. What does athlete activism look like 5 years from now? I get that question a lot, and I don't know how to answer that. I just hate that, frankly, I even have a job some days that we're fighting for these issues. But Colleen, let's start with you. What does it look like 5 years from now?
Honestly, no one can read the future, but from what it looks like today, I would say we need to start with our younger people. We need to start educating them now. We need to get them involved in their communities, get them doing community service, volunteer work, and just start helping them. So when they are in 5 years, they'll know what they need to do to get our community on our feet, and being able to support ourselves, and just knowing how to handle ourselves. And obviously a predominantly white world, we need to be connected as a community.
But Dr. McIntosh, Michaela, what's next? What does it look like?
Me first, or Dr. McIntosh?
You go ahead, Michaela.
Okay. I think one of the strong lessons from the work that we did in 2020 with More Than a Vote is that you can organize athletes to achieve amazing, ends. Obviously, we focused on the campaign, but as we look to grow and build in 2021, we want to help athletes actually make legislative and policy and cultural change at the local and national level. And in order to do that, we have to be hyper-organized, extremely diligent in terms of the messaging and the efforts, and really making sure that we're being effective in what we're doing. And I think, I think in 5 years, you're really going to see sophisticated athlete activists knowing exactly sort of how to apply pressure on the right people to make the types of changes, particularly with criminal justice, particularly with systemic racism and education, and all of the things that affect these athletes just as much as everyday people, really make those changes. I think that is where you'll go. Like right now, I think that the passion and the energy is there, and the cultural acceptance is way more than it was in 2016 when Colin Kaepernick took a knee. And so I think that now athletes will only become more sophisticated and actually really be like the impetus of a lot of change that we see in our communities nationwide.
Yeah, I'd agree with that wholeheartedly. I think you do have a more sophisticated athlete moving forward. You have an athlete as well who recognizes that they are a bridge spanner, right? So they are the ones who can connect different sectors of the society and have them work in tandem to bring about the type of systemic change that we need. They know the people in education, they know the policymakers on Capitol Hill, they know the folks who are working in the communities. One of the things that I think is really sad in this whole activism story, especially around Colin Kaepernick, is the ton of work that he has done beyond just taking a knee. The ton of work he's done with other organizations, raising funding to support these causes, to educate people about their rights, etc. And I think you see more athletes doing that. To Michaela's point, though, I think they are better organized, better aligned, better funded, better resourced. And if we kind of take a look at the Colleen Temples of the world and a number of collegiate athletes who are doing this work right now, I think the future holds, is really bright in terms of athletes really kind of pointing us in the right direction in terms of just a social conscience for this country.
I'll add to that. When I think about what we're going through today, I never would have imagined that in 2020 we're having conversations that my parents and my grandparents and my great-grandparents had from Alabama and Mississippi, and it's happening today still. The good news out of all this is that it's kind of somewhat cool to be involved, right? So we're getting these millennials coming together that otherwise would not have. They're in their own world, but now they've been sucked into ours, and that means standing up and doing the right thing, And I think that we're going to have more people, I hope, live by the code. I live by 5 C's, right? Character, courage, consciousness, charity, and more people are being vested in helping others. That's where the empathy comes in. And there's a lot more empathy going on today. So I think 5 years from today, with all the support that we've generated through the George Floyd and Breonna Taylor protesting, we're going to have more people standing up than sitting down in a chair, not, keeping silent.
And I definitely agree with that, and I've seen it, firsthand. In my book, I interviewed John Wall and Bradley Beal, and they talked about being influenced by seeing. You remember when LeBron James and Chris Paul and Carmelo Anthony, all of them before the ESPYs gave that presentation? So they talked about being inspired by being young athletes and seeing them. So then this past summer, they led this big march, after George Floyd was murdered here in DC, and you can see that influence. And so right now we're having the current culture of athlete activism are influencing the younger generation. So I can even speak my daughter. My daughter is 12, right? She knows all about Colleen Temple. She saw the flyer. She was like, "Wait, you doing the panel with Colleen Temple?" So I was like, "Yeah, how you know her?" She's like, "She transferred from Hawaii and went to Howard. I know her, SHU," because she loves volleyball. She's in volleyball and she loves, so she's watching you. So her whole crew, her whole organization, they're all talking and they're looking up what you're doing and they're seeing. But that's how the current athletes are influencing the younger athletes. So it's going to keep on going. And I think that's the beauty of it. And that's really, like I said, back in the day, it was a little quiet. So then you had a lot of different athletes being quiet. And now that it's not so quiet and you see so many athletes using their voices, they're influencing other athletes. And that's the beautiful thing.
Gosh, I could listen to you guys all day. I could talk on this panel. I know we have some questions from the audience, so I'd like to hand it over to Ahada to start moderating that.
Sure. All right. Let's see what we got here. And again, if for all of the audience members, if you have any questions for our panelists, please be sure to type them in the chat and we'll get to it. Let's see. All right. How do we have the conversation, but make it effective and translate change in the world?
I'll jump in just first and say, some of the work that we've done at Rise is by bringing the athletes to have discussions around issues. So athletes are standing up and advocating for change, but sometimes they need a partner. I think Michaela spoke to this as well, right? So being an educator, being an organization that specializes in education, we are building curriculum, creating programming, working with leagues, working with schools, working with boys and girls clubs to implement, that programming. So athletes are part of the discussions that need to happen. They are alongside law enforcement, they are alongside community activists, they are alongside legislators. So I think a huge part of this is providing some frameworks, some curriculum, some guidance for athletes as they do this work as well.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, I think that in a year's time, in a few months' time, some of these issues and conversations you could see receding sort of into the background as everyone tries to go back to the status quo. And I think that athletes and the people who work within this industry have a really unique opportunity to keep this very top of mind for people, to continue to remind in every small thing that you do, even, Colleen, your choice and all of that stuff just continues to keep this part of the conversation and forces people to reckon with it and to not sort of just wait it out for things to return back to quote unquote normal. And I think that is really how you perpetuate change over time.
Yeah, I think also, people realizing that for me now as a public speaker, and I visit schools, and for me, my mission is about underserved, the marginalized, to give them hope and inspiration. And when I speak to children that are not Black and brown, and sometimes I remember saying, well, what am I going to speak about with them? What do they experience as far as what I've gone through, it's about showing empathy, right? Setting up a dialogue where you show experiences of, do you think this is okay to mistreat this little girl because she's Black? And you make them answer the question. So there are teachable moments moving forward with others that I think when they get it themselves, it's even more profound and it can move a bigger wave.
Here's a question. I think this is a good one. We've been focused so much on athletes, but what about the leagues? What responsibility do organizations and leagues have? Number one, in supporting their athletes and making sure their athletes feel supported and being able to speak out and be activists. But also, what responsibility do they have to be activists themselves? Considering that if you look at the WNBA, the NBA, the NFL, where the majority of their athletes are people of color, then what's the responsibility for them to make sure that they're speaking out as well?
I can jump in with that one. With my book, I interviewed NBA Commissioner Adam Silver, and I asked him, would he punish anybody for speaking out or using their platform to speak on a topic that he disagrees with. And that's always the caveat. Anybody can applaud somebody that they agree with. I want to know when you disagree with them, when they have an unpopular opinion, but this is their stance. And he, talked about, that he never would do that. He respects the athlete voice, and you talk about the history of athlete activism in the NBA. And that was important to do because one of the main reasons that I wrote my book was to encourage other athletes to continue using their voice, but not feel the fear that, if you do, you might get done like Kaepernick. You know what I mean? Like you might, but it's a different day. So yeah, with Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf and Craig Hodges, they were whiteballed when they were in the league, but it's a new regime. So then I wanted to talk to Mark Cuban, who is CEO of the Mavericks. I don't use owners for obvious reasons. And Ted Leonsis of the Wizards, and Steve Kerr, coach with Golden State, and have them talk about the same thing of the atmosphere and the safe place that they have made for athletes to be able to use their voices. And I will also say the NBA is a little bit different than the NFL. And I have to take that into consideration and, put that out there, because a lot of the NFL players that I interviewed, it's a risk. You know what I mean? It is a risk. They have non-guaranteed contracts. It's a little bit more of a good old boy network. So it's a little bit different, but things are moving along in a different way now. You even saw Roger Goodell this summer say, I appreciate athletes using their voices, and I was wrong for it. I was like, whoa, this is a new Roger Goodell, but things are changing now. But they have to change because so many athletes are driving the change, and that's the part that's real important of why athletes using their voices is so important.
Yeah, and if I could add on to that, from a league perspective, right now we're working, we have representation in 10 different professional leagues, from NFL to women's soccer to lacrosse. And we've created a Leaders Across Leagues group within the Players Coalition. And it's been really interesting because what we've done is we've collectively come together to talk about how we can impact the issues that are affecting the communities, but then share best practices within each of the leagues. And what we found is that each league has their own struggles that are very, very different. So while the NFL is actually more progressive in some areas, you have some of the lacrosse guys, for instance, who are like, look, we only have 4 African-American players in our entire league. We got to walk before we run in some of these things. And so a lot of the conversations are even coming down to the pay to play models and what the community resources look like. You have baseball players who are still up against some ugliness in their locker rooms and trying to get, again, going back to the point about support versus permission, what does that look like at the league level? And one of the things that we've collectively keep coming back to is diversity hiring, which was, spoken on the previous panel. To get more representation out there in a really authentic way. But it's been really interesting to see how far behind some of these leagues are. If you think the NFL is far behind or some other leagues, it's disheartening, but there's a lot of work to do.
I'd like to add to that by just saying that personally, I don't care if there are 4 players on a team in a different sport, or if there are none. The right thing. What is the right thing? Are we acting out of are we acting from a position of love and passion and empowerment and empathy? You know, that should be, sports is a great uniter, you know, and so every league and every team and every owner and every player, every human being should know right from wrong. And are we going to walk by a little wounded bird, or are we going to step over it, you know, and pick it up and get a box and put it in and care for it? So I want the snowball effect. You know, I'm disappointed when people don't speak up and they innately know this is wrong. So we need to all use our voice. The NBA, and I'm not a basketball per se big person, but the NBA, I'm so proud of the NBA. They've been doing this and allowing it for years. I am so proud of them. I want the NFL to get there too, to really get there.
So who else is doing it well? The NBA seems to be the one that's, you know, that's out there the most, that seems to be in the right space most of the time. But what other leagues are doing it well? Are there any other leagues doing it well? And are there any other leagues interested in doing it well?
I think the WNBA is doing fantastic.
Yeah,
I mean, I would say what they did, I still don't know that they do things and it's everybody. You know, I interviewed Swin Cash and Tamika Catchings in my book, and I asked Swin Cash, I was like, how did y'all get the entire league to do it together? Because nobody did that, where everybody, you know, I mean, even the foreign players, they ain't even from here. You know what I mean? Like, that, just everybody. And this was after Flanica Steele and Alton Sterling back-to-back murders happened. And they said, you know, well, women just do it differently. You know what I mean? We just all had each other's back. It was a sisterhood. Because if you remember when Kaepernick first took a knee, he was kind of out there by himself for a little bit. You know, I mean, then you have one other player and more players here, but the whole WNBA did it together. And they said if anybody does it again, that you'll be punished and fined. And then it's like it empowered them to do it even more. And I just take my hat off to the WNBA all around.
And first of all, the WNBA literally, like, as we're mobilizing right now in Georgia, they single-handedly changed the dynamic of that Senate race between Raphael Warnock and Kelly Loeffler. So, you know, again, just the power that starts with sports. But I also want to shout out my sister as a professional athlete in the NWSL, and they were the first professional league to come back in 2020. And all teams knelt. It was a lot of conversations within the league. The Black players and the players of color in that league are definitely the minority, but they sought to bring allyship with their white players. And I think that, you know, because they were the first sport back and knelt across the board, I just think that, you know, they deserve some shine as well.
You know, the other league that's doing a big thing is the WFLA. I am working with the WFLA. It's the first women's professional full tackle football league that is actually will be paying their players to play. They're paying their players to play, and we don't accept that one token or the two tokens of women in a room where you have Sarah Fuller, which we love. She was able to kick the ball, but we're like, why should it just be one? We're doing it for every woman because we're hit twice. We're hit as being a woman, and then they have the minorities, the Black women, the Hispanic women. So we're doing it up. All these isms have got to go away. Ageism, classism, sexism, racism. Let's eradicate all of that. So big shout out to the WFLA for doing that.
Yeah, I'd just add, you know, I think a ton of leagues are having the conversation about what they should do. One of the things that I personally have seen this year especially is that players are no longer waiting on the league's permission, right? So they're doing things on their own. So we saw Naomi Osaka, for instance, kind of saying, hey, this is what my stance is going to be, and it's important for me to do this. It's important for what I want to leave out into the world. So I think the league piece is a huge piece for sure. But I want to kind of give kudos and recognition to athletes as well, because, you know, I think it comes back to attention around, is sport apolitical? And that keeps coming up, right? So people kind of say, hey, you know, let's separate the two things. Sport is entertainment, etc. But sport is not. It has never been just about entertainment. It's always been intersected with other things. It's certainly been intersected with business and finance for sure. It's a $60 billion industry. And so I think that's the piece that athletes have recognized now, and they're saying, hey, I have a stake in this, not just financially, but also socially. And there's a cost to me not doing anything. And I need, my community needs, we as athletes all need to stand up with the support of the league or without it.
Agreed.
All right, one last question. We're almost at the end here, but one last question from the audience. So some spectators, or some sportscasters rather, have faced severe criticism for speaking out about social issues. Do you think that that's fair? And do major sports media platforms have a role to play here?
I can tackle that if nobody else wants to. But I think the media is such a powerful element. I mean, when Malcolm X, I don't want to, paraphrasing, but he said the media is the most powerful entity in the world because they have the ability to control the minds of the masses. And that's I just see the way that the media, has characterized or mischaracterized or demonized. And I mean, you see every time a Black man is killed by the police, he's on trial. So then they start bringing up his past and when he got in trouble back in middle school. And you first saw that with Trayvon Martin, you're like, wait a minute, why are they talking about when he was in elementary school getting suspended? What does that have to do with this? And so when you have a media person who has that power of the mic and the power of the microphone, and they get in front of that camera, I think they should be held accountable for what comes out of their mouth. I think they should be challenged. So for instance, this past summer, Charles Barkley and Shaq, they made some comments on TNT about Breonna Taylor case. And I respectfully disagreed. So I wrote an open letter to them and I challenged them on it. And I think there's nothing wrong with that, with challenging people, because when you have that power, there are people who watch, well, I don't need to say that they watch some media outlets. I know we're not trying to be, kind of be apolitical here. They watch some media outlets and they really believe everything that they're seeing, no matter about fact checking or anything. And I think that needs to be challenged. And I just see the way that, athletes, when they speak out and the way that when Laura Ingraham told LeBron to shut up and dribble, she's doing it for a specific reason, to saying that he has no right to speak because he's not intelligent enough to speak on this topic. And I see that happen all the time. And I think when people do things like that, I think they should be challenged. Sorry, not to go off on a tangent, but I feel a little strongly about this, so I'll just leave it at that.
No, awesome. Anyone else want to tackle that one?
Yeah, I just say that I think the media absolutely has a responsibility. The piece for me on this is, the people count on the media for information, right? And so there has to be a way that a subject is tackled where you are providing facts and information. You are, perhaps giving an opinion, but you're kind of saying, this is my opinion. And I think, kind of to Ethan's point, the media has a power that they are able to create a narrative, shift a narrative, etc. And that power just has to be used with responsibility.
I think doing your homework, I'm a big believer in doing your homework, doing your research. As a former player, as a coach, to prepare. That playbook is something to read thoroughly and know the personnel. So know your personnel before you start making decisions. I don't need to have the media's perspective and their opinion. I just need what happened, right? Because we're all going to come to our own conclusions, but everybody needs to be involved in that storyline.
And just on a final note, I think everyone touched on sort of the role that media plays in shaping the narrative, but I think what we've all really learned in the past 5 years particularly is that athletes can just go straight to the source. And that, thankfully now, as we are focusing this conversation on athlete power, they don't necessarily need to do a sit down on X network to get their message out. They don't, More Than a Vote produces new content every week, and we just distribute it on our own social and through our athlete social. And that is how we're making change. We're not utilizing the traditional method of having to work through and maintain friendly relationships with journalists or media networks or et cetera, because we can athletes can just do it on their own time and do it in their own ways. And I think that also helps to hold media members accountable, because they don't hold the gate. They're not the gatekeepers anymore. Yeah.
That speaks to the future for sure.
Definitely.
Absolutely. Michaela, Etan, Colleen, Colette, Dr. McIntosh, and Angela, thank you so much for being a part of this panel, sharing your thoughts, your ideas, your perspective. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Pleasure being here.
Absolutely. If you want to get more information about any of our panelists, and also please go out and get Etan's book, all of them if you can. And all of that information is in the chat. Thank you all. Our next panel will start in about 10 minutes at 3:25 p.m. So we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Great.
All right. We are right at 3:25, our start time for session number 4. If I could have my panel members and my moderator share their video, we'll get started here. Hello, hello.
Looks like my host has stopped my video. This is Donnie.
All right.
Mine as well.
I guess I didn't pay.
All right, we got you. We got you. My panel members and my moderator share their.
I'm the only male on this panel. I'm ready to cry foul.
No. Just a little behind the scenes stuff. We got you.
Sorry, but Jen Soto is trying to join. It seems like she might be in another. She's seeing people on the screen, but I don't see her showing up here. Do you see her?
I do not see her.
Okay, let me see if I also should be hidden. I wasn't trying to join this one, so I don't know if we confused the links. Yeah, Jen is asking if you can turn her video on.
Okay. Jacqueline, are you able to switch her over?
Yeah, I'll continue to work on this with Jesse and Jen, but you can go ahead and get started on Ahada.
Okay, awesome. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to go ahead and just introduce all of the panel members that are here, and hopefully by the time I get through everyone, Jen will pop on screen and be ready to go. So welcome to session 4. Which is the role of sports in helping to address health disparities in underserved communities. And this is going to be a conversation about the critical role that sports and coaches play in improving the health of at-risk youth and the communities they live in. So first, our first panelist is Anshia Crooms. Anshia, am I saying that correctly?
Yes, you got it right. Thank you for not calling me Anisha or Anshia.
Awesome. Well, Ms. Crooms is the co-founder and CEO of Project Hygiene, a 501c3 nonprofit organization which was established to serve underprivileged youth between the ages of 10 and 18 to enhance health and wellness while denouncing bullying by providing toiletries. The color care packages are made with care, and the program has donated over 50 women's shelters and has serviced 25,000 plus toiletry donations to teens and their families since its inception. And Project Hygiene was also recognized by Maryland's General Assembly with an official citation acknowledging the nonprofit's work. We have Mr. Donnie Shaw, who is the Director of Community Relations for DC YMCA. He's an aquatic specialist and certified pool operator, American Red Cross trained lifeguard instructor, member of the National Association of Black Scuba Divers, elected member of Live Well DC Council to DC Department of Health, and the founding member of 100 Fathers DC, a FAN representative and community advisor member for the Emergency Care Services for Children. We have Dr. Jennifer Sachek, who is the Professor of Prevention and Wellness and Department Chair of Exercise and Nutrition Sciences in the Milken Institute School of Public Health at George Washington University. Dr. Sachek is also an adjunct professor in the Friedman School of Nutrition Science and Policy at Tufts University. Her research focuses on the impact of both physical activity and diet on health outcomes, with an emphasis on pediatric health disparities. Her ongoing research includes the examination of nutrition and physical activity programs on cognitive health and academic achievement in underserved school children, and more recently on improving child physical literacy and activity through school and home-based engagement. We have Jen Soto, who just celebrated her first signature colorway shoe with Adidas. Originally from the Bronx, New York, Jen won the Street League competition in London and stands out as one of the savviest young street skaters of her time. She was one of only 4 skateboarders to make up Team USA's inaugural women's team. Jen is an advocate for equality, mental health, and access to healthy food for everyone. She raised awareness and funds on World Suicide Prevention and With Hunger Not Impossible to help feed insecure kids and families while keeping local restaurants from going out of business during the COVID-19 crisis. And finally, we have our moderator, Dr. Kinza Gunter, who is a clinical and sports psychologist who describes herself as working at the intersection of mental health, mental performance, sport, and culture. She provides counseling and sports psychology services to individual athletes, serves as the team clinician for various professional sport organizations, and provides consultation services for different sport leagues. Dr. Gunter currently serves as the president of the Association for Applied Sports Psychology. She is also listed on the United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee, Sports Psychology Registry, and is a member of the USOPC External Mental Health Task Force. So without any further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Kinza Gunter to moderate this panel. Thank you all for being here.
Well, thank you so much. And it is truly my pleasure and honor to be here with such an esteemed group. I am definitely looking forward to this conversation and furthering the discussion as it relates to how we can utilize sport to create really healthy environments. And so the first question that I would like to pose to the panelists, we certainly heard your bios and the specific areas in which you're currently working, but I'm curious to hear from all of you, what are the primary health disparities that you see needing to be addressed in underserved communities? And feel free to jump in, whoever would like to start and take that one first.
I forgot to hit the mute button. You can tell catching up with this 21st century. Yeah, I'll go since I'm the only male on this panel. You know, here in Washington, D.C., we created a state plan on obesity some years ago when we had Mayor Fenty as our mayor. And it set the pathway to taking the identifiables and working on them, such as asthma, diabetes, overweight, hypertension, high blood pressure, colon cancer. We've heard that song over and over and over. And what we decided to do was just work on, you know, stop creating these documents that sit on shelves and create a document that had measurables and accountability. So, you know, that led us to the next question that we'll answer as a group. But those are some of the top factors that we've dealt with here in Washington, D.C.
Definitely. Okay.
Yeah, and I'll just also say, I mean, when we're talking about health disparities, I mean, you got to mention race and social economics and status and gender and all of those different things, and homelessness as well, too. I think those are some of the things that we actually need to really speak about when it comes to health disparities amongst our at-risk youth.
Yeah, and I just want to pivot on this because being local to DC now and working in other urban communities, and we're talking about a lot about physical activity in sports, but if you look at, you know, first and foremost, we still see an enormous sex disparity on physical activity levels, right? You know, between girls and boys, even with the advent of Title IX and growing up as a female athlete myself and thinking those things were going away. And as a researcher, still seeing that stark disparity. But then what was touched upon, you know, the lower income kids relative to even middle income kids in the research we've done. Yeah, that striking disparity to access and lower income kids really getting the majority of their activity, you know, if we're speaking about that alone in schools, but out of school time and what has changed in those environments for access to sport, I think something I'd love to touch upon. And then of course that dovetails into nutrition disparities. I know that Donnie talked about obesity and, you know, socioeconomics, all of these are layered on top of one another. And you can slice and dice the data and definitely see the disparities, but it all comes together. You can really see the stark disparities.
Right. One thing you mentioned too, the lack of social connection.
Yeah.
So definitely it sounds like for all of you, it's this idea of, you know, we have to be mindful of the cultural differences that exist, those social and economic factors that lead to these effects that create not only difference in access and opportunity, but that have health effects. And that was what Donnie was speaking about in terms of the obesity, the asthma, the high blood pressure. Like there is a connection between the worlds in which we live, the access that we have or don't have, the identities that we hold, and then how that all plays out and what it feels like in our health. And I'll just add the mental health component for me as a psychologist, that becomes a really big piece for me to think about how, again, socioeconomic status, race may affect the access to mental health services. And so you've already started to talk about it, and I just want us to kind of keep going in this conversation and this line of discussion. But what are some of those barriers that you all are seeing? We know that some of the cultural factors and access get in the way, but additionally, what are some barriers that you're seeing that the youth are facing that get in the way of them improving health? Like, what are the things that are getting in the way of us addressing these disparities appropriately?
All right, I'll go first again. I was telling you guys a second ago about the state plan on obesity when we were tagged the fattest town in the United States. We actually had a mayor who was an avid sportsman and such. So we started with some changes in the city with infrastructure, everything from fixing curbs and lights and playground equipment to improving, to renovating our recreation centers and bring them up to par with what you see out in the suburbs. So we got some recreation centers with some massive pools. I guess you know I have a little bias towards aquatics, which I find is an excellent tool in working with some of these disparities. Not to mention it's an excellent financial roadway for some of these youngsters if we can get them to learn how to swim. But the infrastructure, and then there's options. The options, you know, in Washington, we're starting to see kids really get into soccer more so than ever before. I'm a hockey dad, and so I've been exposing kids to hockey. You know, we do have our basketball courts and our football fields and our baseball diamonds, but the options are very important to get kids into skateboarding. We got some small skateboard parks. One's right here by me next to the Chuck Brown Memorial. So, I mean, you can get down skateboarding to some Chuck Brown. Those of you that knows the go-go sound in Washington. And facilitation. And, you know, facilitation, that is kids being able to get to the sports. You know, back in the day, we take the 15 passenger van and load them up like we're going to church. You'll see facilitation, it can be a challenge. And then the last is finances. In the city, you got to give our mayor and people like us at the YMCA, where we do a lot of fundraising, but you know, the mayor takes the public dollars and offers a lot of free activities to our children. It's just a matter of, you know, it's like changing a cupboard. It takes a while to get that change in attitude where people will sign up and show up.
Sure. So I'm hearing there, you talk about the exposure piece, right? And the investment. Yes. There has to be an investment from the community to bring these resources to a point where they're accessible. And you also talked about the options. Like what I heard there are some traditional sports that people get into, but there are also some different options that we need to expose them to. You mentioned skateboarding, and I explicitly want to bring in Jen to the discussion here as our resident professional skateboarder on the call, right? And just to hear your perspective on, you know, how did having those options and that exposure help you in your path?
Yeah, I agree with what everyone's saying. I think accessibility is the most important part. I've been living out in LA now for 5 years, and I've seen more kids on the corner with their skateboard going to school, or, you know, going to the skate park, or just being outside and enjoying the day. The amount of skateboarders that I've seen out here triple, double the amount that I've seen at home, because it's not as accessible. We had one skate park that was in an old hockey rink, not with the ice, you know, just a little thing. And they put ramps, and the city allowed us to have that. And we really thrived off that park for 5+ years. And that was everyone's safe haven. If they didn't have the best home situation or whatever was going on in their life, they had the skate park, and we had the same kids that we see every day. And that was our little group that kept each other going, you know. And that was just one. Yeah. And if you could have another skate park to do that, and then add another one, not only is that introducing, you know, the sense of community for people who may not have it, but the skill level. You can only grow with what you see and what is accessible for you to skate on and practice. And I came from a very small park, very minimal ramps that kind of shook. And I always wonder if every kid had the opportunity of having what California has for skateboarding. Like at every mile radius, there's a skate park and you can go here and it has those obstacles to learn on and it has this to do that. If you can open it up like that, you can create so many talented, you know, young people that are just willing to explore their craft more because they have a cool place to do it. And it's not so minimalized and there's no searching, you know, if you just put it there, everyone plant the seeds and it'll grow easily.
Absolutely.
I mean, the passion that you have and the fondness that you have for that skate park as you talk, like it comes through as you're talking about that community, right? And that's an intangible thing that we see too, is how you internalize that experience as a young person and carry that with you. And so, Anshia, I feel like I cut you off a moment ago when I brought Jen in. I'm sorry. So I wanted to.
I mean, piggyback into even what Donnie was saying. I mean, the big piece of it too is the lack of funding and of course in community, but even coming from our households, and that can prevent the access to care and for some of our, you know, young people to get what they actually need. So I totally am in 100% agreement is that big piece is the lack of funding where we need community leaders to help step in so that these kids can continue to have access to the things that they need.
Yeah, and I just want to also, like, everybody's right on the right page. And I know Donnie started the conversation about, you know, the facilities, right? And Jen's talking about it too. And, you know, a lot of kids are in unsafe environments or their families don't want them to go out. And in the trust of like just going out and playing, that's a lost art. And I think it saddens a lot of us, right? So the trust in the communities, right, that things are safe and accessible is one thing. And then the funds, I mean, again, the layering on top of that, and I think it's been exacerbated in COVID a little bit, is the kids who can still play sports now are the ones that have those access to resources where they have the resources to make it safe for kids to come and play. Right. And a lot of times these are club sports and these are not accessible. You have to be at a certain skill level and a certain financial level to get to a lot of these accessible points. And it's, you know, it will be, I think, remarkable what we find has happened in terms of kids dropping out of sport younger than we had hoped, or not having lost an important critical year or two of opportunities to new sports. Oh, I never, like volleyball, like I know I was going to have a chance this year to try out, but now I've missed that year, you know, and now I'm getting too old. Like I missed it. And, you know, I think that's what I'm wondering what's going to happen sort of to many of these, you know, sports like that are new to kids too, right? That they didn't grow up with. They might not always have considered.
Right. And that's specific to this year and kind of how this pause will affect that. And then what that will do in terms of for future development, right? Because we know that sport is an avenue where people can have community, as Jen was talking about it, that community coming through. Also thinking though about the level of confidence and esteem and lessons that they learn from participating in these activities, and to not have that available to them, like how will that impact them? And what will be the effects of that in terms of health, going back to those physical implications, but also those social pieces as well.
The stress, cognitive health, being able to focus if they're stuck behind a computer all day and not having the access to run out into the woods, you know, then in the urban setting, like or like, is it safe in the street? Like, yeah, it's really stressful to think about the implications. It's stressful.
Yeah. So I want to stay with you for a moment, Dr. Stachek, because in your first comment, you mentioned, you know, being at school is one thing, right? In the building, in the physical building of being there, you have access to some resources that you might not otherwise have access to. Right now, many are in a virtual setting as it relates to school. We don't know when people will go back, but you did mention it's the being away from school that I think is problematic. So I want you to say more about that, not just as it relates to COVID, but just kind of in general, your thoughts around how that disparity and inequity plays out.
So you're asking like how it is for kids away from school now? Sorry. Oh yeah. So I think importantly, we know even in high resource communities and in low resource communities, the ability to, you know, have sport or PE through a computer has really, it's at the lowest end of the totem pole. I know in DC public schools, you know, I sit on one of those committees with the district. It is, they're lucky if they get it once or twice a week, and it's an elective in a way that, you know, kids don't necessarily have to log on for. that is diminished. And also, you know, working with Up2Us on their Yes Grant and coaches that are put into school specifically to engage with kids as an added resource, right? Here, take these coaches and have them interact with kids and get them to play sports. They're having a hard time, you know, with the mayhem of getting into the schedule and accessing the kids and finding innovative ways to get them to be active, not by any fault of their own, just by the community. So this is really, you know, sort of a ripple effect on not only being, you know, getting involved in sport per se, but it's being active and engaged in another way that stimulates obviously the brain and the body. So I think it has a multiplicative effect that we really have to like realize. And we think about this, all of us in our daily lives, and getting the message across how important it is to maintain their health longer term is critical. And the schools, you know, unfortunately are just learning how to deal with, you know, how they can approach things now, but then to layer in this, I mean, we're working in New Orleans, we're working in New York City schools on this, and they're massive, you know, school districts that are really strapped, and we're having to not do what we really want to do because of it.
Right. And you know, consistency in leadership has helped us in Washington. Our mayors have kept the same one band, one sound movement going. So when you're talking about improving facilities and making programs accessible, whether it's financially or whether it's making sure that it's safe to get there, our mayors, and along with organizations like us, the Y, we've kept the course. And this has taken, I would say, over 10 years to see the dividends. So that's one message we as a group, let's get that out to say, keep the movement going, because it doesn't happen overnight. It's just like when we work on obesity at the YMCA, it took us years to get parents to change their cupboard, because we had so many variables we had to deal with, such as parents on public assistance, a single parent household, variables that you can't even control, like extended members living in the same household, limited clothing.
Yeah,
So all those pieces you're talking about, those wraparound services, we had to take that into consideration. The wraparound services, such as snacks or stipends, you know, as part of a Freakonomics at the older kids, you know, you incorporate small stipends to encourage them to show up for the game. And you know, but staying the course on a message is very important. When you look at NBC, they have The More You Know. Mm-hmm. Kudos to myself. I was there with President Clinton when he kicked it off on NBC at the executive building. I was fortunate enough to be friends with an exec at NBC 4, and she took me along for the ride. And I never knew that it would be 30 years later that you're still seeing The More You Know on TV. And that came from the Columbine incident, for those of you that remember, that tragic incident. But it was saying to us parents, know what your kids are doing, because this kid had just a slew of warfare down in his basement. His parents claimed they didn't know. But so messaging, keeping that messaging for the young skateboarder to see when she hits her 30s that it's still out there. And then you'll see your dividends, because it does not happen overnight.
Right. I hear the messaging component, but another piece that I hear in there is the educational piece. I mean, we're having this discussion about disparities and inequities and the effects of all of that, but we're versed in this world. Like, we have a knowledge and awareness of that, but educating our communities about the ripple effect of some of these things actually seems like a big potential intervention in and of itself to begin addressing the issues, right? And we have to do that sustained, but it certainly sounds like educating our schools, educating our state and local leaders so that they can understand how all these pieces fit together, because others might not be thinking about how the lack of access is not just about, are there sports teams for them to join? Are there facilities that they can utilize and engage with in their community, right? So that education piece becomes important. But I wanna ask, because this is the world that we're in, right? We're in this virtual space. We're going to have to navigate this. So how can sports advocates and coaches play a role in ensuring that the youth improve their health in our communities, given the situation that we're in? Like, how can we take action now? What do we need to do?
I mean, I think the key thing there is partnership. You know, my favorite quote in life is "just do it" by Nike. You know, you simply just have to do it. You know, that's one thing we do at Project Hygiene. It's like we cold call, we reach out to our state officials and electives in our schools and say, hey, what do you need? We know that our focus is dealing with, youth and not having enough toiletries, and also learning good and health and wellness practices, because truthfully, if you're coming from an underprivileged neighborhood, your parents are really trying to keep food on the table. So one thing that we don't realize is how much we take the essentials for granted. And so what happens is you have these kids that come from these communities, they might forget to put deodorant on one day. It's simply because somebody at home did not tell them. So I think it starts with partnership and not being afraid to reach out to these schools and these universities and say, hey, I am here as a resource to be able to help these kids, because truthfully, my bio says, our demographic is 10 to 18, but we see the rise in what's happening with middle school. They have the highest percentage of bullying that's happening simply because the 11 to 12 and the 13-year-olds are not being properly taught how to take care of themselves. And so I think it's community leaders and partnerships that's going to help us get to that next level to help them.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love that.
Yeah. So actually, Jen, I wanted to come to you and thinking about kind of the advocacy that you have engaged in now, right? And thinking again, you're actively still in the sport community as an athlete advocate as well. And so I'm just curious to hear your thoughts about what do you see the role being for coaches and sports advocates in this as well?
It's just so many different components, to growth and growing like that. I think it's important for, the coaches, and, the adults to educate and give these tools. You guys need people, we have people. And that's like the critical step right now. And then I think the next step beyond that is, once these kids have these tools, is to teach them how to actively practice it with themselves and one another, change that mindset of for bullying example, that's always been around, but it's getting to a time where, come on guys, I feel like that it could be a simple thing to fix if everyone is given the same attention on it and taught that, it all comes from not being educated. And I think once the kids can grasp the concepts and teach each other that, and it creates that love and unity again that is lacking. But there's so many steps to get there, and that's the dream point right there, where the kids can handle it and share the next generation and then their kids and then blah blah blah. But we're still going up on that, and I think it's just going to take patience and love and consistency, every word that we've all thrown out today.
Exactly. But I love what you're saying there though, because it's expanding the model of education, right? It's not just us educating the adults who might be making the decision, but it's educating the kids too, so that they can be empowered, right? To think through their own health. Yes.
And know that power within them. It's always accessible. That's the next point. I went through this in the beginning of Corona, lockdown, everyone has to stay home. I especially don't want to be rolling on the ground in LA too much in the beginning, that took a toll on me, and it made me wonder, I have to be outside for what I do. And I love being outside. Who am I when I can't do that all the time or on my schedule? And that was a real big battle with myself of how can we still maintain this positivity, feel like we're working, whether it's exercising at home, like towards my craft or just towards my mind, like to balance it all. You could go all in, but you're going to need some things that also make you happy there, and you could go over here. It's just balance,
But having a system in which you can have the freedom to try to balance, right? I hear that. Dr. Sachek.
Yeah. No. I totally, the one word that I guess that I haven't heard is like the inclusivity. And I feel like, the early skill set with learning how to engage in different sports, and that's also access, right? And like, as a young girl growing up 50 years ago and learning how to weightlift is probably not what, and then going to gym now, like, oh my gosh, I'm not going to weightlift. I don't know how to do that. So you're taking that skill set away from them by not even exposing them. So the inclusivity, I think, of different fitness levels and strengths within a sport, whether it's tennis or bowling or basketball, right? That those types of sports, we get so competitive, which I'm sure all of us on this call are very competitive in and of our own right. But to sift those out at such an early age, and that inclusivity goes away, so young now to make coaches a little bit more open-minded in the messages that they're giving on a very probably subconscious level, right? I think are paramount. I mean, if we were on a basketball court and all the boys were shooting baskets in middle school and the girls were standing on the sides, we wouldn't say anything probably. If the girls were out shooting baskets and the boys were sitting there chatting on the sidelines, we'd be like, what the heck are you doing? Like, so there's like subliminal messages I think we send in terms of like who should be doing what and who should be excelling at what. And we have to just think about the prevention of the loss that could occur over time. And if we could start, getting our coaches, it's a lot of them are parents, right? That are, really want their kid to excel, but, to be very inclusive for longer periods of time before we bracket out into competitive athletics. That might be a good thing. Cause also we all know here too, that doing a lot of different sports is probably going to get kids a heck of a lot further as opposed to being so specific in one sport at an early age. And they'll be healthful for a lot longer if they do that.
Right. That point, I agree.
Yeah.
And there are, physical and mental health implications for specializing so early. I mean, youth sports is supposed to be a developmental space where you have fun and you grow and you establish community, right? And you develop, not where you're kind of like a miniature professional athlete and you're so worried about performance and you are being scrutinized, right? Because your performances in middle school are now being broadcast on social media, right? And you are feeling like perfection is the only way and that failure is a problem as opposed to an opportunity to learn and grow, right? Like there's so many pieces that go into that when we think about how the youth sports space is really a fertile ground, right? For cultivating and developing these young people and how not having access to that, whether it is what we think of as a traditional sport or not, right? Access to movement, like it can stifle their creativity and their imagination as well.
Right. Yeah. It's their practice field at this stage of life.
Dr. Jennifer, this notion of yours is just what's being practiced in the circles that I'm in. So I'm the board chair of Woodridge Warriors Youth Organization over here in Ward 5 near Catholic University. Yeah. And what our coaches, actually is from one of our last founders of this all volunteer multi-sports organization. So we have the traditional sports, I may say football, basketball, baseball, cheerleading, and we're trying to do aftercare school help. Cross sports is what we're encouraging our kids to do. Don't just concentrate on one sport. It does work because I watch my son being able to handle hockey by being a competitive swimmer. He had the lung capacity to deal with basketball by being a competitive swimmer. Never thinking that that would be a derivative of it in addition to exposure to different sports. Getting away with just having one kid concentrate on one sport will also reduce injury because you respond to your sport in a certain manner. And actually, I'm gonna be biased as all outdoors. I want all kids to learn how to swim because that one sport or activity can transpire and help them through their old age. They can swim. Yes, they can swim into their senior years. And it also helps them with reducing their injuries. But cross sports is a plus. That's the message that these coaches can help us by encouraging kids to do other sports and not trying to be that kid that gets the scholarship to Purdue. That's not what a kid needs to concentrate on in elementary school. That kid needs to concentrate on exposure.
Right, but it's interesting, as you're saying, like this, encouraging kids to explore.
Yes, right? Explore.
In the world of sport, to explore beyond it. Like that's one of the ways that we could help or that they could help in improving their health, right? Like certainly we need some very concrete things as well. We need access to essentials. But we also need.
I wanted to say one other thing, Doc, is that you guys just gave me an idea. I am going to go back to our board, and thus it'll water its way down to our coaches that we include nutrition. We have not spoken nutrition enough to these children when they come to the fields or the courts. Thanks.
No, I appreciate that. I think there are definitely some nutrition advocates here.
That's what I'm saying. I don't have to reinvent the wheel. I can use these guys.
So, like Q&A too.
They go hand in hand.
Yes, yes.
Right. And this is the hand in hand too is the combination of physical and mental. Like we can't separate out aspects
of three-legged stool. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. But I do want to ask, just to stay on the coaches piece just for one more moment. Jen, I want to come back to you.
Yeah.
Who encouraged you to pursue and explore skateboarding, because that's not something that many people would think about necessarily. So I'm curious about that coach, whether that was an official coach or not, that encouraged this passion.
Well, I think, okay, so I actually grew up doing gymnastics first for the 10 years of my life. And that is I love it. My whole family's a gymnastics family, my brothers, everybody. They're still very much in it. So I respect it. I get it. It's just not for me anymore, dealing with that discipline of, I would leave elementary school like every day at 11 just to get those extra hours at the gym. Don't get home till 8 at night, repeat. And I think doing that for 10 years, I very much loved it. But when I was finally at that age where I'm having my own thoughts and I'm independently thinking, I had a moment where I thought, was this for me? And in that same moment, I had a family member who was skateboarding. And I just remember loving how they're still working so hard. They wanted to be at the skate park after school every day, but it was at their own leisure. It was with the friends that they chose. And, you know, skate community, like you could have your people, but everyone, you can go to another country, not speak the same language, but you have this skateboard and everyone's like, kickflip? Yeah, kickflip. And you could communicate. So to be able to communicate how I wanted, when I wanted, with who I wanted, for me was just the biggest thing. And that drew me to the sport, knowing I could still grow. It's just at my own pace is all, you know, if I didn't miss the routine, it's okay. I'm not going to get penalized. Yeah. And I do think that drive is still important for people to have that drive and everything. I just learned that I didn't want to be driven like that. I didn't want to drive the car. I wanted to drive the skateboard. You know, I wanted to just do it a little my own way. And I think that helped me mentally a long way too, because I could have stuck out with gymnastics for my family, for whoever. Yes. But at the end of the day, I wouldn't have been happy. And then that could have affected my performance. And then it could have been the spiraling thing where you're, what's wrong? And you're asking so many questions, where it's just breathe and just take notes. What's going on? Do you really love this? Is this the direction you're trying to go? And then everything kind of calms down enough for you to see, you know?
I love it. It's the idea of fit, right? Like this notion that you can be driven in a lot of different ways through a lot of different activity. But for you, and it goes back to what you said it earlier, but the community piece was good for you, right? Like I could go into any group and speak their language, right? And communicate. Mm-hmm. Piece really stands out for you. And it sounds like the sport spoke to who you were, right? So when we think about encouraging kids to explore, it's helping them find out what fits for them, right? That's really an important part of them embracing that journey. And again, really important for their health and well-being as well.
Absolutely. I think it's just it's finding your community, because I don't want to generalize skateboarding. I don't want to generalize different sports, because it's not like that. But let's say out of school, there's 2 sports. You have basketball, you have this. There's only so many people within that do that, if that makes sense. So when I go to the skate park and if I ask someone to do a trick, they don't want to help me. Oh man, that sucks. But it's not like I'm in school where I have to see them every day. I'll just go over to this group and ask them, hey, how do you do it? And if they're inclined to give me advice, that's great. And if maybe I'll go over here and ask, wait, how do you do it? Just to get some more ideas. It's not you have to do it this way, like this with that. There's just so many different options around it.
So that takes me back to another thought about coaches, right? And thinking through, coaches are generally trained to think one way as well. Like they want to win, they're focused on their sport, right? So as we're talking about, it'd be great for them to tell kids to explore other sports. But what we know is sports are really year round. There is no real season. Like you have the season that you're competing, but there are other seasons. So I'm curious to hear from you all, how do we encourage, or how do we educate and teach our coaches that encouraging them to explore is actually helpful for the athletes when they're with them as well? Like, how do we shift our coaches' mentality around addressing health disparities through exposure to different types of sports? What does that education needs look like? Any thoughts on that from the group?
I think it's opening the conversation the same way we're discussing here, right? If people don't really know what they're doing, not necessarily wrong, but if they're doing something over and over and they don't have those fresh eyes on how it could be done another way, I don't think it'll ever be brought to their attention. So I think just starting it in a safe space where there's no right or wrong, just opening the conversation, just letting that plant the seed. I love that expression because it's really, you don't see it happening right now, but give it some 5-10 years of everyone's work little by little, and then you have this beautiful garden growing.
Yeah. To reiterate what Mr. Donnie said earlier, it's not going to happen overnight.
Nope.
Exactly. Trees take forever to grow, but then you get some apple roots and it's great.
Where do you think this gray comes from and this bald head? It took, that's years of work hanging in there with the message. When it comes down to getting coaches to get in with the message, we call it buy-in. So buy-in and group work is one of the biggest challenges in the world because you always have your naysayers, your enthusiasts, your encouragers, all kinds of little adjectives. But you start at the top. So if you got an organization that has a board like us, we talk that message at the board. Then if you don't, and you start with an organization that has directors, like directors of the different disciplines, a director of skateboarding, a director of cheerleading, you start with those guys. And you don't put them on the spot. You literally, it's divide and conquer. You literally cultivate them over a period of time, getting them to understand the imperativeness for us to incorporate, let's say, nutrition in our daily activity, because you'll get coaches that just want to get right to the sport until it's time to pack them up and send them home. But you get them to buy in, that you take the little 5 minutes or get the messaging that, let's say, Anshia, Miss Crooms is sending out, because one, I'm not going to reinvent the wheel. She's got the messaging already. I want to use her material, and that's called collaboration. Use her material to incorporate in our program and make friends with her, because someday she'll need me. She may send me some sports women and men. You see, I said women first.
Definitely need you.
So getting that buy-in, sort of dividing and conquering, starting from the top, that's your three-legged stool.
And in that, though, I also hear this notion of helping people understand how the systems are connected. Instead of people operating in silos and feeling like an after-school program may be separate from what's happening in school, may be separate from home, like really creating, not just using the word community, but creating this communal feel where everybody sees how they are interconnected and how one space feeds the other space and we work together.
Right.
Love that.
Dr. Sachek, I feel like you had a comment.
Yeah.
I
just feel like there's been a culture shift where it used to be you change sports every season, right? And in the summer you were doing a little bit of everything, and it has become all year. And so I think even though coaches know what's best, that there's multi-sport, they've seen the research, they know about injuries, they're having a hard time. It's like, if I could just get a little bit more out of this, child or kid, I do feel like I don't know what needs to happen. And I know communication, in a school, in an organization, in a community might be possible, but when you start getting broader, it is every man for himself, or woman for himself, herself. I feel like in these things, and I do feel like there needs to be a reshift, and maybe this pandemic will help us see some of this in a better light in terms of what kids need for mental health, and they're mentally better off if they are able to pick and choose and have different seasons, until they become maybe potentially sports specific or not. But I struggle. I have a high school, middle school, and a pre-K, right? And I see,
that's your three-legged stool.
My three-legged stool. But I'm trying to hold on to the middle school and high school to doing multi-sport and not being sport, because all the parents and the coaches are pushing it in one direction or another. And so, and even me doing this type of work and knowing what's best, I can see like, well, yeah, maybe a little bit more of that one sport with, it is, fundamentally, we have to have some systemic sports shift, I think in the US in terms of how we approach this. And if you look at a lot of the professional athletes, if you even tell them that, most of them didn't play they did another sport. You think about Michael Jordan, come on, there's a lot of stories out there that are wonderful about they didn't even start that sport until like high school, right?
And that's a football player did ballet, one of them.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's a piece of why I asked the question, is because I think it's saying educate them, help them understand how this is connected is one thing. Being in the moment of the season and encouraging them to do something different is another thing. And yet that's the challenge that as sport advocates and as health activists, that's where we have to really think about how do we position and frame this so that it's seen as additive and not seen as something that's being taken away. And so I'm looking at our time, and we're winding down here in a moment, but I want to get back to the nutrition conversation, because we haven't touched on that in an incredible amount, but I do want to speak to that because I think food insecurity is really, truly an issue that we need to think through and address, period. And so just the question for the group: how can the health communities partner with the sports communities to ensure that youth in underserved communities are getting their healthcare and nutritional needs met? How do we create partnerships to assist with the nutritional needs part?
In Washington, we have what we call primary care centers. It took a little bit for parents to trust, because they wanted to run to the hospitals all the time, especially when you got a children's hospital in the fold. And those places over the decade have built up credibility with their services. We're using those places to educate. So that is one use of a primary care center, is to send some of these messages that we have. And the primary care centers, some of those leaders come out of there and they join these affinity groups. Like in DC, we have wards, 8 wards. So there are 2 wards that are the brokest and the blackest. That's Ward 7 and Ward 8. And in Ward 8 and next door to Ward 7, we pair up to work on disparity. So we wind up affecting policy because we're stronger as a whole. You have people from different organizations like the YMCA all coming together once a month, covering certain topic matter, and then sending messages out to our powers that be. And they believe in what we're saying because we sort of represent the populace. So that's one tool that you can use, is your primary care centers, because they really get that parent and child right there, and it's a comfortable environment. So you have monitors inside of the primary care center, and it's spinning out messages like, starting next week, there is a new program with skateboarding.
Right.
And it's free.
Right.
Here's your contact information.
So instead of trying to bring something
produce
brand
being served down the street, and that kind of stuff that you can use the center for.
Using repurposing what already may exist in the community, right? Instead of trying to always bring in new things, finding ways to use what's there in a new and creative way.
I mean, DC is definitely doing some innovative things through primary care, but we can't always expect everywhere that we can rely 100% on our primary care to do that. But I mean, if we just make it acceptable for kids to eat, free school breakfast or free reduced price lunch, I mean, that accessibility and it being okay to do so is really important. But also, I think food insecurity also means they might have food, but it's not obviously the most nutritiously dense food, and they're getting plenty of calories, but the wrong calories. So even making kids aware, not about nutrition education, about foods and where they come from and what fuels their body and their brains, and getting them to think of themselves as the fancy sports car that needs the right octane. Yeah. Some of these messages that they can relate to at a young age, it's not like, oh, you get vitamin C from fruit. Like that's not what we're talking about here, but like really getting them to understand it so they can be empowered to make some of those choices when they do have them. And then also, like I said, that the culture is okay to embrace what is in their community already meant to basically, raise the baseline. Yeah,
absolutely. Decreasing the stigma. Yes, Jen.
Yeah, totally.
Yep.
I just love hearing the sports car reference, and I think that's so true. I think with food, right, it's important to educate as a kid. I'm the person that I would skate for hours growing up, 8-9 hours, on a bag of Cheetos and a Arizona because it was cheap and easy to get. But I could do that because I was a kid and I don't really feel the effects. If I tried to do that today, I'm not super, I will feel the difference. And I think giving these messages to kids is important now because, yeah, maybe they're not going to want to just eat vegetables or plant-based all the time. You can but I think that message when they're older will help them adjust to how they could be a better athlete and versions of themselves. Had I been eating the way I eat now when I was a kid, yeah, I'd probably be maybe in a different level or something, but I was a kid and I think you can take those hits, but when you're older and you get into that age where you still want to be an athlete and you want to be your best, that food is going to be that next factor to take you there.
Yeah.
But starting young, even if you're not starting young, just getting the message out there and letting them know it will help you in the long run. there's so many messages that I would heard as a kid. You don't feel it now, but when you're older, and now that I'm a little older, I'm like, okay, I got to drink water when I wake up. I have to drink water, things like that you feel when you're older. You may not feel it as a kid, so it doesn't hold a grasp.
But it doesn't make it less important, right? Because that's when the development is happening, is when you're a kid. And so even being more aware, but I love the coupling of education and empowerment. Like that's come up a couple of times in our conversation today, as we think about how do we address some of the disparities? How do we address some of the misunderstanding that might exist around how these pieces come together? It's educating whatever group we're talking to, whether it's the parents, whether it's coaches, whether it's the kids, and then empowering them to be agents in their own change as well.
Right. And I think we can't be afraid to make health education fun. You know, we talk about starting at a young age, but it's also like, how do I make this conversation fun so that it's adaptable and it's relatable to these young people, and so that it grows with them as they grow in life. And so I think, you know, just like Jen said, is creating that conversation, one, educating the coaches, educating the teachers, because some teachers are just so overwhelmed at this moment. So you need the partnership of the YMCA and Dr. Jennifer and Jen and Adidas and all these amazing partners to come in to speak another language, so the students are not just seeing their coach or the teachers, but all of us working collectively together. So we got to make health education fun and relatable. And also too, as we're teaching the young students about what they need to actually do, then if they retain that information, they'll then go and teach the next person or their peer.
Right. And I recognize that we are into our Q&A time. I just want to make one more comment before we potentially take a question. And that's the idea of, I recognize that we've been talking about disparities, and we're talking about inequities, and we're talking about very real systemic factors that have been oppressive and that have kept people from certain access, right? But I love that the comment that you just made, right? And we could focus on that, and we need to be aware of that. But my hope is that through this conversation, what people took away is we need to also focus on where we're trying to go, right? And in acknowledging the disparities and the inequities, we need to know that's where we are, but we also have to focus energy on where do we want to be? Where do we want to go? What steps do we need to take? The path might not be clear, but through education, right? Through using the resources and repurposing them, through partnering, through reaching out and offering what might be needed before the question is even asked, and through empowering everyone in our community and increasing exposure. Those may be some of the ways that we can get closer to where we want to go.
Hey, Dr. Gunter, I want to mention that I'm also part of Rotary of Washington, D.C. And Rotary is out of sight, out of mind in many of us minority communities. And this Rotary Club is one of the oldest. This is as old as the cherry blossoms arriving to Washington. But it has evolved to a very mosaic organization. And when we were talking about collaborations, as Ms. Crooms was saying, here's a great three-legged stool. I love this thing, this metaphor, this three-legged stool. So I take the Rotary's funding to offer free swim lessons and water safety to another nonprofit's children to meet the end results that we're looking for. Healthy living, additional skill sets, messing with that mental health. They're getting very confident when they know they can tread water. And not to mention, I'm gonna add another leg to the stool. There is so much money to be made in aquatics. Quiet as it's kept. We are so short on lifeguards that if you can get these kids to start swimming younger than Jen Soto, they will grow up and they will just get a job every summer. We got to go to Eastern Europe to get staff. I mean, we got people coming from Belarus for these jobs. Come on, give me a break. We got to, Jen, we got some work to do. Talk about exposure. I'm ready to figure out how we get our football players to go and do some skateboarding at the park down the street just to limber up. But that's my soapbox. I appreciate that minute.
Okay. So thank you. And again, really important for us to think about that. How do we collaboratively use our resources? So we are right at about our time. I will offer 30 seconds if there's anybody who has a final thought they want to share, and then we'll close.
I did mine already.
All right. Thank you. Anybody else? Final thought?
Just hug yourself a little bit sometimes. Give yourself a pat on the back a little more. Yourself waking up, going to sleep, just a little bit of that.
Arthritis.
Absolutely. And drink your water so that you can still be limber to reach your back when you get older.
Water, water, water.
Well, let me just say,
This is what 60 looks like.
thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Wow.
To
Great
everyone.
job, you guys.
Thank you all for the conversation.
Stay positive.
Really, stay positive, stay focused, empower. Really do appreciate your time and the knowledge that you shared. And wishing you all wellness. And
I want to give a shout out to Mr. Carlisle Sealy for making me a part of this fun group.
Yes.
Thank you guys.
Thank you
Take
so
the bull
much.
by the horns.
I love that.
I want to thank you all for just doing this panel. I think what we all learned, or at least what I learned from this, is that you don't have to be in the medical community to recognize the importance of sports in our health and the health of our youth. And so I think you all on this panel made us feel comfortable, it was abundantly clear that there's something that all of us can do, and we don't have to be doctors in order to do it. So I thank you all for being a part of this conversation.
Woo. Thank you.
Thanks for organizing. Nice job, you guys. Nice to be with you all.
Oh, how do we answer these questions?
Ahada has to do it. No.
I'm on a learning curve.
I don't want to do it. I didn't see, there's no more questions in the chat, but we did share everyone's links to your organizations. I believe Carlisle shared your email, Mr. Donnie, so you'll be getting flooded in your email inbox.
Starting with Morgan Kim.
Yes.
Call me Morgan.
That's right. That's right. So yeah, and we will send out that information as well when the event is over. We'll email everyone with everyone's information. All right.
Awesome.
Thank you all. Thank you all.
Okay,
Okay,
guys.
We are winding down. We're going to be back in about 7 minutes for our final panel of the day, which I'm really, really excited about. I think we saved I hate to say the best for last, but we are an organization that supports coaches. This is what we're about. And so to be able to be in conversation with coaches who are out here doing the work and working with the athletes, we're really excited. So please come back and join us in about 7 minutes. Okay, we are at 4:30 and ready to start our fifth and final panel of the afternoon. So if my panelists can share your video. Awesome. All right. Well, welcome back. And welcome to the fifth and final session of the afternoon. Again, like I mentioned before, this is one that I'm really, really excited about because coaches and our youth are why we do what we do. And so to be able to hear from some community-based coaches as well as a professional coach, just really excited to hear what the conversation is going to be and the insights that you have and what you can share with other coaches out there and other organizations who are looking to live in this space. And so this session is Social Justice and the Community-Based Coach, a conversation with youth sports coaches about leadership, mentorship, and the healing power of sports to help BIPOC youth navigate issues of social justice and systemic racism. And so today we have with us, really excited because again, adidas is one of our partners, and we have 4 coaches from the adidas Legacy Program that are here with us, as well as 2 of our alumni coaches from Up2Us Sports, who are now also board members for Up2Us Sports. And we have our very own Owen Collins, who is a coach alumni and now the assistant national director here at Up2Us Sports, who will be moderating this session. And so I don't want to introduce you all individually. I'd like for you all to do that individually because I want to hear from you about who you are and what you do and what you've been up to. And so I'm going to step away and turn it over to Owen and to you all to have an awesome conversation. And thank you for being here.
Awesome. Thank you, Ahada. And I've been tuning in, I don't know about the rest of you guys, on this all day, and it's just been phenomenal hearing the words of wisdom, advice for future generations, kind of all the things that are being covered so far have been just great to hear. So I'm going to start by introducing myself. I know Ahada mentioned, but I'm the Assistant National Director of the Up2Us Coach Program. I'm also a former Up2Us coach. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. I'm going to keep it short, but I grew up in Brooklyn, going to public schools, was introduced to the sport of lacrosse. And through that, I was able to use it as a vehicle to go on to boarding school and then play in college. And when I finished, what I learned the most was like the discrepancies and resources available depending on where you live and how that could completely change the trajectory of your future. And that's kind of what's led me to the work that I do today. And I'm extremely passionate about helping get those resources back into the communities that need it instead of pulling folks out of these communities to access resources. But right now I'm going to pass it on to Richard Pogue. And I just ask that you, when you finish introducing yourself, you pass it on to the next presenter so we can make sure everyone gets introduced.
All right. Thank you. My name is Richard Pogue. I'm the Senior Staff Member and Training Coordinator for the Youth Mentoring Partnership. And I'm also Up2Us Coach alum and board member. And, you know, growing up in Philadelphia, you know, sports is almost everything. Growing up, I played basketball, soccer, ran track and field, played baseball, all throughout grade school and high school. And then as an adult, I got into long distance running, marathons, and that's sort of how I got my start in coaching and mentorship. And now I also coach cross country and track and field for a middle school, and it's the best. So going through quarantine and everything right now, trying to keep those student athletes engaged as best as possible is #1 priority. And I'm going to turn it over to Jewel.
Thank you, Richard. My name is Jewel Christian. I am a coach with Up2Us Sports and also a soccer coordinator with DC Scores. I've played multiple sports, but my main sport has always been soccer. I've been playing that since I was, about 4 years old, all the way through college. And that's really just been the greatest thing for me, I think. Not only did it get me through college, but it also got me through life. Without sports, I just don't know if I would have learned all the lessons that I learned now. So I'm super thankful for sports And I didn't want to be finished with sports. So I figured the best way is to become a coach and just give back to the community and the future of the country. So next, I'll pass on to James.
James, I think you're muted.
Thank you. I've done that before in one of my classes, so it's pretty embarrassing. My name is James Moore. I'm an athletic director and basketball coach at Stevenson High School in the Bronx, New York. I'm also a phys ed teacher there and a dean, so I wear a lot of hats. But very similar to you guys, I played sports my whole life growing up, and I was looking for a career where I could stay involved and help make an impact on kids' lives. So I started working at Stevenson about 10 years ago as a teacher, and I stuck around and been fortunate enough to land a couple of other positions as well that enable me to impact kids' lives after the school day is over. So I'm very fortunate, and I'm grateful to be here. Thanks. I'll pass it to Bailey.
Thanks, James. Hi, everyone. Good evening. I'm glad to be here. It's Bailey Ramos. I am a coach for Stevenson. I coach the Stevenson varsity girls basketball team. Much like everyone else, just to echo, I did play sports my entire life. I came up through the same sports league that I'm actually coaching in, which is pretty cool. PSAL, I played through my whole life. I'm a product of New York City public schools. I grew up in New York City. So it's really refreshing to have a platform to give back. It's even more refreshing when you play against old coaches that used to be your coach. So that's fun. It's full circle for me. So hopefully the girls that I coach see a role model, and then it'll come full circle for me too. I'll be coaching against some of them one day. I'm going to pass it on to Medina just because she's repping hard with the Adidas legacy in the background. I love it.
Thanks, Bailey. Hi, my name is Medina Rainey, and I am the girls basketball coach at Dorsey High School. I've been coaching there. I've been a coach there for about going on 4 years. I also went to Dorsey, so being able to come back and coach Dorsey is definitely a passion of mine to be able to give back to the same girls that I that once were kids in that same community. I played basketball since I was 8. I've played multiple sports. Also was a dancer at some point in my life, but basketball would stuck with me. So I'm happy to be here, and thanks for having me. I will pass it to Coach Spoon.
Let me see how I do. Did I share my screen? Did I do it right? I don't know nothing about this shit. Hold on. Sorry.
Coach Spoon, do you want to start by just introducing yourself?
Okay. How you doing? My name is Coach Spoon. I'm the head coach at Eisenhower High School. I've been coaching 17 years. This is my 3rd year at Eisenhower. We're proud to be part of this legacy. I've been working in the community. I do community service, helping gang members change their life, helping guys get out of prison and get reintroduced into society and try to, be functional in society. Very passionate about what I do. Basketball not only saved my life once as a youth, but twice as an adult. So I'm just happy to be here on this forum and be here with some great people and my legacy brothers and sisters. And I pass the mic to, I guess, Kimberly. No, Ronald, I'm sorry.
Appreciate it. My name is Ronald Nord. I am an assistant coach with the Charlotte Hornets in the NBA. And like a lot of you guys, came up playing every sport you can imagine. Both of my parents were athletes, so they just threw it right at me. And I played them all, but basketball seemed to be the one that I wanted to focus on. I'm from Alabama, so that was a bad move. If y'all know anything about Alabama, we play football down there. We don't do this basketball thing. So a lot of people didn't like that, but I had to do what I loved. And I was fortunate to get a scholarship to go play at Butler University in Indianapolis. And again, fortunate to be on a really good team. Brad Stevens was my coach at Butler. He's now the coach of the Celtics. We had a couple NBA players on our team at that time, and we won a handful of games. And that's gotten me to where I am now, to be honest. With Brad Stevens going to the Celtics, he got me in the NBA. And I've been fortunate to work my way up to where I am now. But I will say, like you guys, I cut my teeth coaching youth, coaching AAU, coaching 6th graders, coaching 8th graders, coaching girls. And I'll be real honest, like I miss that from time to time, just being there with the youth and just being in their lives, but very thankful to be where I am now as well.
Yeah, and I just want to say, like, especially after hearing from each of you, what a pleasure it is to be on a panel full of leaders from such diverse backgrounds, like all different experiences, different places in the country, and kind of we're all united through like a singular thread in our passion for sports, and not just sports, but the power of coaches within sports and the power of those coaches to be powerful mentors to youth and to empower youth, and in doing so strengthening communities. So I'm excited to have you guys all here and to hear more about your experiences. And so to kick it off with the first question, I'm actually going to throw it right back to you, Coach Ronald, to lead us off and talk about, like, from a kind of a professional sports lens, what role have you played specifically in helping, like, your athletes navigate issues presented by social injustices, and as well as the systemic racism that they face on a regular basis?
Yeah, good question, heavy question. For me, a lot of this has been, especially recently, has been about educating myself first. There's been a lot that I've learned over the last, year, couple months, as we've seen specifically in 2020, what we've seen happening, that a lot of us know have been happening for a long time. There's events that have taken place in history that I wasn't familiar with, the Tulsa race riots, for instance, and, how African Americans were, the top of the top there in Tulsa, and business was booming, and it was all taken away and stripped. That's something I didn't know. So educating myself on things like that, redlining, I'm a Christian, and learning how the Christian church has, been a part of racism as well, just so that I can be available to those guys to empower them to also educate themselves first and foremost. I know I can speak for myself personally, have experienced some microaggressions, or, I was told when I was young, you're an Oreo, right? You're black on the inside, white, black on the outside, white on the inside. Right. And, when I was younger, it was like, whatever. But as I reflect back, that saying white is normal. And, that hurts me. And I know our players have experienced that, if not far more than that. And so number one is educating myself. Number two, I was part of our staff that allowed our players to just have conversations with one another. A safe space for them to be themselves. When you become a professional athlete, you're in the NBA. Safety is, this is for everyone, but safety is, it's a real thing. Everybody wants something. Everybody's trying to take something from you at all times. You're safe in your house, you're safe in your car, and then you're usually safe when you get to the facility because nobody wants anything from you. And so giving those guys a space to be able to have conversations with one another, have a dialogue, is important. And lastly, just to create awareness for those guys. We had recently a lot of marches and protests here in Charlotte. And so, I talked to our security, our staff, our management and our players to see if they wanted to march with everyone here in Charlotte. And that was really cool. Some of the guys said, man, I've never done this before. I've never been a part of this. I had never done that before. So I wanted to be out there. So allowing our players to do that. We had one player that was from France that said, man, I'm out here, you know, in the United States, and the same thing is happening back home in Paris because of this. So you guys don't know the impact of what's happening around the world with what we're doing even here in Charlotte. So doing those three things, creating awareness, you know, allowing those guys to have dialogue, you know, has been my number one thing, you know, especially over the last couple, and educate myself over the last, you know, year or so.
Man, that's fascinating to hear. Specifically, the next question was kind of juxtaposed at how that lens might differ from that of a youth-centered coach. But I think in a lot of ways, your answers really resonated to what some of our youth coaches might also do. But I'd love to throw it over to some of the youth-focused coaches to hear similarly of your experience of how you've helped your youth navigate both these instances and then just the systemic racism that these youth likely face on a daily basis. So I guess I'll throw it over to Bailey, my fellow New Yorker, to take us off, and folks can just chime in where they'd like.
Yeah, I hope you guys can hear me. But first, facet question, right? Like there's so many moving parts in that question. First and foremost, I think that providing a safe space for youth is extremely important, especially on our campus, in our building, in our neighborhood. I'm sure that if you're not familiar with I teach, and James, we teach and we coach in the poorest congressional district in the country, right? So we're not unfamiliar with racism. We're not unfamiliar with just blatant unfairness, right? So allowing students a safe space to express themselves and how they see themselves in the world is extremely important. And I think that's for us as coaches to hear how our athletes and our students see the world. It helps us navigate that conversation with them and find solutions to how we can make their world better and their communities better. So I think that's extremely important, one. And then two, giving them solutions that are viable in the moment for them as youths, right? So maybe that they're in a family where they don't feel safe to go out and protest, which is a real factor for some of our students, right? Like in Stevenson campus, we have security, right? Like school safety, like everyone else. But the reality is that up until just a few months ago, the school safety agents are part of the New York City Police Department, right? And they're inside your building. So there's a real scenario of a school to prison pipeline. And we see that the police are not policing, they're actually in our schools. That's the first person you see before you come in the building. So making students aware and educating, I think that just resonated so much with me with Coach Norda saying, you educate and you allow for a safe space. I think that's extremely important. And then coming into COVID, it was extremely worrisome. Food scarcity is a real thing for some of my students and athletes, but allowing our students to facilitate food donations and food banks and partner up with food banks, it was extremely important for us. And it's something that we still do to this day, right? Even though we're not in person, we do a monthly roundup and allow our students to have this platform where they feel like they're making a difference, even if they may be in a position where they may need these resources as well. It allows them to find a solution and create change, even on the most basic fundamental levels, even if not adults, right? We're setting you up to be community activists and leaders inside the community that you serve and you are a part of. And I think that's what you have to do, right? You educate, you inform, create a safe space, and then find solutions. Because it's great to have these conversations, but where is the solution? Where is it happening, right? It starts with us, it starts in our community, and it starts with these students, with the future. I'm gonna turn it back over to Owen.
Yeah, no, I love that response. And I think we're gonna get to some of those solutions a little later, because I'm all about, I don't enjoy just talking for talking. I like to talk to kind of come up with ways to improve and better, like you said, the youths for generations to come. But on the same token, I love that you guys both touched on education. I think education is critical, both from self-education and educating your youth. A lot of times, youth may not know what they don't have. So if this is all you know and this is where you grow up, it's normal. So kind of educating you to know that this isn't normal and maybe there's reasons why this isn't normal, and pointing that out and labeling it and calling it. And I think that's what's been kind of so powerful about this time, especially as everyone's at home in quarantine with much more access to information through technology, even though it's still limited in tons of the communities that we're serving. Information can travel super fast and we can educate quickly and mobilize quickly and galvanize. And that's kind of what's led us to the moment where we're at. But I guess I'll throw it over to Coach Spoon. I know you have 17 plus years of experience working with youth, so I'm sure this isn't the first time you've had to kind of help your youth navigate similar situations. So what techniques have you used to kind of help them?
Techniques that I have used, I try to put structure in my program. You know, some of my youth, in my situation, you know, I'm dealing with, you know, poverty line. You know, my whole school district is, you know, food stamps. So, you know, I teamed up with Stater Brothers. I teamed up with former players I coached in the past in my first 2 years at Eisenhower, just to make sure my kids eat. You know, I can see in my kids' performance, you know, how to, you know, being in school all day, and then, you know, we practice in the evening and, you know, going to tutoring. Now I'm starting to see, you know, my kids' performance, you know, the lack of paying attention. You know, one kid just told me flat out, "Coach, I'm hungry." So, you know, that touched me right there. And I just started looking for ways and just, just this hustle, you know, just got the Stater Brothers, got with the Teamsters in my community. Shout out to them, Rialto. Teamsters, they got with me and we put together a meal plan, along with a local meal person, in which they funded the food. And every game day, or if I have a kid in need, I can put some groceries together for them and their family privately, you know, not in the open. Because, you know, when people feel like they don't eat, you know, they feel embarrassed, you know, shameful, you know, and I try to create an environment where my kids don't feel like that. You know, I try to have, you know, what I'm implementing in my program this year is an etiquette class. So my kids know how to go to a dinner table, know how to sit down with a dinner fork is, you know, have 25 questions to ask a recruiter. You know, some of these kids never been in this type of environment, you know, and, you know, I'm dealing with trying to help my principal bring up our test scores. You know, that's very important, you know, in the African community where I'm at. So you just got to be creative, you know, and, you know, shout out to Legacy, you know, back in my program, you know, which, you know, the principles that the Legacy program stands on is right with what we're doing. And, you know, it's going to grow. And that's what I try to do, man, you know, try to be a big brother, uncle, a father, you know, and I just try to get back what somebody gave to me to save me from the hood.
Awesome. So before we move on to another question, does anyone else want to chime in with some techniques or coping mechanisms that they've used to help kind of your youth navigate these uncertain times, especially really of late when we're dealing with police brutality and other issues that have really come to the forefront and been publicized more broadly? Do any of you have any additional strategies you've used?
Yes. I think just educating them on what's going on, as opposed to some of them, they go out, protest, but they don't even know why. So knowing why is definitely important. And I would say that our Dorsey community is definitely a team effort. You know, we have the same problems with, you know, being hungry or, so I create a safe space. I'm always an open ear for my girls. They know they can come talk to me about anything. My athletic director, she was my coach when I went to Dorsey. So it's definitely a really close connection there. A lot of the teachers there are alumni. So whenever they're willing to help provide food if needed. I provide food. I have 2 daughters and they're like big sisters to them because they're with me all the time. And it's just educating them on why, what's going on right now, because they just don't know. And sometimes I'm a mom to some because they don't have that in their homes. And just being able to be there for them and just listen is definitely important. But I will say for the Dorsey community, it's a team effort. And I really appreciate the administration, my athletic director, and the teachers for just always being there to support my team for sure.
Awesome. Thank you, Medina. And so we're not necessarily going to switch gears yet to kind of, but I want to look at more like a little more future focus. So like we talked a little about things you guys have done in the past to kind of help your youth navigate these uncertain and difficult times. What sort of ways, or what's your vision for the future of helping your youth not necessarily radicalize, but mobilize in ways to help break these systems of, or the system of systemic racism, and break and advocate for social justice and change, and to kind of create that future we want to see? I know it starts with that foundation of education, but what other things do you guys do, or do you plan on doing with your youth, whether your youth or your athletes at the professional level, to help them kind of create the change in the future they want to see? I know one thing, this is kind of more professionally based, but I think it's like the OJ quote of like, I'm not black, I'm OJ. And it's like, I think that mentality has allowed things to exist for longer, and people to fail to use their platform to create change. Because kind of once you've reached a level of success, you can create a position where you feel maybe you're above like kind of the perception of racism that you would have otherwise been introduced to or exposed to. But I know like for the Milwaukee Bucks, for example, like last year they had a player who was targeted by the police, and it was kind of like, you can think you're an NBA player and you have all these accolades and people know who you are, but at the end of the day, racism can happen to anyone, kind of anywhere. And that's why it's even more important to kind of use your voice and your platform. So I guess what techniques or strategies would you like to employ moving forward with your youth and your athletes to help them kind of affect change, especially as it relates to racism and social injustice?
Well, for me, I had a player tell me before, like when there's play against teams that don't look like us, I'm like, why are you guys so nervous? Why are you guys so scared? They're like, coach, it's because they're white. I'm like, what does that mean? Like, what does that mean? Like, you can't play at that level, or what is it? They're like, it's because they probably have trainers. And I'm like, that does not mean that you cannot compete at that level. So what I try to do, when we have the finances to be able to play in other tournaments, other places outside of our community, so they can play against those things, the teams that they're nervous to play against, that they're scared of, to build confidence in, so they know that they can play at the level with anybody. It doesn't matter what color they are. It doesn't matter if they have the extra money to have a trainer. Like, it really doesn't matter. It's the effort that you put into it. So that's what I try to do, just play in different areas outside of the teams that we always see, just so they can build that confidence and play at a different level.
I totally agree with that. This year was supposed to be the first year that our track team was going to perform at the Penn Relays, which is obviously one of the biggest, track and field events in the country. So I've got a bunch of 6th, 7th, and 8th graders about to, be in front of the biggest crowd they've ever been in. And, obviously at first, like, they're all nervous, but at the end of the day, it's a chance for exposure. It's a chance to show that all the hard work that you put in front of teams that do look like you, and now expose it to even greater, I would say positive stress. So that's an opportunity that we missed this year. And then obviously the challenge this year was now, all right, we're not going to go to Penn Relays. How do we now survive having, riots literally, on your block? And how do we, keep our head above water as you transition into high school? How do you transition to virtual learning? How do you not lose the ambition that you just built up moving forward? So one of the tactics that I used during the first quarter of lockdown was just keeping a group chat open and checking in literally 3 times a day with my graduating 8th graders. We would check in the morning, and I would see if they had finished their homework, if they had eaten breakfast, how they were doing. Checking in the afternoon, see if any of them had worked out. Checking on the evening to see if they had accomplished anything that made them proud that day. And I would keep that up until they finally graduated. And now I'm trying to accomplish a virtual cross country season where I'm just focused on getting kids in and just having them be active and have them look forward to finally being outside and competing in a sport that isn't, predominantly their sport.
One thing I like to focus on with my athletes is just the meaning of family, being on a sports team. We are going to be a family, we're going to work hard together, and we're going to try to do everything together. And so with that being said, there's also a lot of different backgrounds, and that just introduces all my athletes to different cultures. And I just think it's a really good thing for them to be able to be introduced to different cultures and learn different things about each other, and basically just, I guess, understand their identities and what makes them them, and for each other to respect them for that, because that's a very big part of everything that's going on right now, is just coming together and just respecting one another. So I think if we can get them as they're younger, this is a great way to, I guess, get them ready for different conversations and other things that might pop up.
I think right now from my situation, shout out to my assistant coach. We've been through the pandemic, just meeting up with our kids at the park, doing pizza.
Has it froze for other folks? Give it a few seconds. Dang, I was really looking forward to hearing what Coach Moon was up to.
If I may, I want to touch on what Joel talked about. For me growing up, not only being Black, a girl, and I'm also Muslim, I get to, engage with other people from that are not the same as me. And so being able to be a coach and, still have my faith and they'll be intrigued by, like, when I'm fasting or something, like play and not eat, like I've done that growing up. So they're like, Coach, you can't eat anything. I'm like, no, water, no, nothing. I said, so, you gotta have heart, you gotta dig deep to be able to achieve what you want to achieve. So just growing up, that was hard for me because I was kind of, just a little scared to even say I was Muslim. But as I got older, I gained more confidence in, being able to be comfortable in my own skin.
Yeah, I actually want to touch. Oh no, James, you're going to talk.
Yeah, I just wanted to feed off of that. Like, as Bailey said earlier, the school, where we're located at in the South Bronx, a lot of our kids are going through challenges in like every facet of their life. Like a lot of them have younger siblings that they're responsible for that they need to take to school in the morning. Then they get to school and they have to wait on a half an hour line to go through a metal detector to go to class. And it's like, sometimes you could feel like they might feel defeated before they even walk into a classroom, and then they're learning from a teacher things that they're not necessarily successful at. And so like being able to provide them with a program that they're proud of and that, that can boost their self-esteem is huge. And, shout out to Adidas Legacy for giving us the resources to do that. And it's not about, being or competing on an elite level or it's just a program, we've seen in our school that, with this influx of resources, the entire student body becomes more engaged. Like attendance comes up in school because kids want to be a part of it. They want to go to the games after school, like they want to be a part of like the pep rally team and all this other stuff that makes kids feel good about themselves. And that's the whole goal, is not necessarily, our kids aren't going to go to the NBA, but if we could give them an outlet where they feel good about what they're doing and their self-esteem rises, that it'll lend itself to other facets of their life.
Yeah, for us, being in the NBA, we're in a unique position. I mean, the thing that stands out the most when you're in the NBA is the amount of money and resources that go through the league. And it's interesting, Owen, that you talked about the OJ thing. I was talking to my grandmother who actually, she, I'm trying to think of the exact title. I don't know exactly what it is, but she does racial training. And I was talking to her after George Floyd, and she said to me, she said, after what she experienced growing up, she was born in the 30s. After what she experienced growing up, my mom is one of 5, and she said, we always made sure that our kids dressed well, they spoke well, they did all these things. And she said, and it still didn't stop them from being, affected by racism. And it's the same thing for our players today. Like, it doesn't matter how much money these guys have. It doesn't matter how much I see the stuff on Twitter that, from LeBron James, the most famous, one of the most famous athletes of all time, who's done nothing but great things in the community, how targeted he is at times. And I think our players at times, people think they're superhuman. And the reality is they have superhuman talent and they're fantastic on the court and they do great things on the court, but the real thing is they're human, and they experience the same thing that, you guys are talking about with your kids. Our players experience the exact same things. And, some of our players are only 1 year older than some of you guys play. We just drafted a couple 19-year-olds, right? For us in the NBA, the important thing is giving our players a voice. They already have the platform, but giving them the voice to impact in a way that's meaningful for them is super important. And, a moment that'll stick out forever in my mind, and maybe all of us, is when the Milwaukee Bucks, you already mentioned, decided to boycott an NBA playoff game. I mean, that is incredible. And them, Sterling Brown, the player you were talking about, was one of them, as well as George Hill. Where I think we're the 2 main ones in that locker room. And they boycotted so that the owners, who had the ultimate money, would act. And, they wanted specific things to happen when they boycotted. They didn't boycott just to do it. They boycotted and some of the things that came out of it were just fantastic. They wanted more ad money in the playoffs going towards voting campaigns. They wanted as many NBA arenas as possible open for early voting and for voting. As we know, most of our arenas are in the middle of the city. And so allowing people in the city to have access to voting. And man, it was just, that was cool to be a part. I mean, I'm not a part of that, but I'm a part of the NBA, which they're a part of. And that was just cool to be a part of that. Our players, again, young men, 19, 20, 25-year-olds, the organizations and things that they're creating to fight systemic racism that they've seen in their communities growing up. And now they have the money and a little bit of the power to help the system. It's pretty cool to be a part of.
Awesome, man. It's so great, being moderating on this panel to kind of hear all the different perspectives and thoughts from you all. Just some of the highlights I just heard, or some of the takeaways as I see Coach Spoon has returned, are like sports are the ultimate equalizer. So like you can be black, brown, yellow, blue, green, but when you step on a court or you step on a track or you step on a field, it's kind of, you're just a person and you're judged by your character, your effort, your ability, and all of those things. So in a lot of ways, sports is such a great equalizer on its own. So even with nothing done to it, it can kind of help break down some of the barriers we face. And now if you're intentional about what you're doing, like educating, or like Coach Richard mentioned, like incorporating positive stress, like that's going to go a huge way. Because I think as Medina, you were saying, like your coaches maybe go play a team and they're all white and they're like nervous, but like there might be a day where you're in an interview room or you're applying for a college or you step on a campus or you go to a class and you might be the only minority in the room. And that's not going to be you want that not to be your first time, and you want to be ready to overcome those obstacles when you face it and not to be unprepared. So in a lot of ways, sports can help expose you to different experiences, whether it's that stress or even those different cultures and different backgrounds that are all different, but at the same time, you're all one family, kind of as Jewel mentioned. And so I think sports on its own can do a ton. And then when we have mentors who are a little more intentional about how they use their platform and the opportunities they present for their youth, I think the sky is the limit in terms of what sports can do to help break down some of these barriers. And Coach Spoon, I'd love to hear from you. I know you got cut off in the middle of kind of explaining what your group has been up to during this time.
Yeah, during the pandemic, like I said, shout out to him, my assistant coach. He has opened up his home like 2 times a week where we have our players come through, just playing regular pickup, just having conversation, make sure our kids eat, bringing food, having food for them just to make sure, having Zoom calls, having our group chat, talking to my captains, making sure, we pushing forward with the COVID plan as far as, our COVID workout. At first we was meeting up at the park, a place we call Little Mountain, where we just get in, just get in some exercise and just have conversations, just try to, see what's on my kids' minds, make sure my kids not falling back into the traps, because, let's be realistic. There are traps out there and a lot of kids, are falling into them right now without the structure of, sports right now.
Awesome. Yeah, I think that the structure of sports is can be huge. And that's why this moment is kind of a pivotal moment for a lot of youth who are at home and don't have access to the mentors and don't have access to the youth. So I just want to congratulate and continue to encourage you all in the work you guys are doing, both remote and when you might not have programming or things might be shut down, to continue connecting with your youth to make sure they have that positive adult mentor in their lives. So the final question I have is and Coach Ronald, I think you kind of started mentioning it already, but it's really we've talked a lot about what coaches and mentors can do for youth and how we can help youth empower themselves to kind of fight these systems. But in a lot of ways, what needs to change are the systems. So I guess my last question for you all is, as coaches, what additional support could you use from your organizations and leadership within your organizations in order to kind of better assist your athletes and to create that positive change that we're talking about? Because you can do all the work you want and your youth can do all the work they want, but if they don't have the resources or the opportunities that are presented through structural change and buy-in from top down, it's an uphill battle. So kind of I'd love to hear from you all, and it's so many different ways just in the different organizations you guys are a part of. And I know one specific example is Adidas Legacy. What I think is so cool about that program is it's not just a one and done, or it's not just an infusion of resources, but it's kind of they're investing in a school, they're investing in that sense of community, something folks can be proud of, and kind of all of those things. So that's a really cool resource that you guys have mentioned. But kind of what other ways can organizations and leadership at these organizations help you and help you better assist your youth?
I'll start this one off. So from my perspective, both as a new board member, but have been being on leadership for other programs for a few years, it really just comes into universal buy-in from stakeholders, like you said, from top to bottom. So from CEOs and principals in schools to athletic directors and head coaches to parents to students, all who are, benefiting from programming, needing to be on the same page and then agreeing on an initiative. And then each stakeholder at whatever tier they're at, having some sort of accountability to then facilitate that next innovation. So if it's funding from the top, then it's funding from the top. If it's volunteerism or marketing from the people in the middle, then it's there. If it's time and effort from parents and students in order to show the work and like tell those stories, then that's the case. It's about unity and then everyone literally doing their part.
Well, I'm gonna say from a more like a youth standpoint, we teachers, principals, everybody need to be more open in uncomfortable conversations with students. Let's not sugarcoat it. We need to have them uncomfortable conversations. We need to have workshops. We got PTAs. We need to have PTA meetings, inviting parents. The kids, we need to hear the kids' dreams. We need to hear their voice. We need to stop our kids going to class. Like, I have a kid that's selling more off of distant learning than going to class because he said, Coach, when I go to class, man, they stereotype me. They look at me like I'm different. You know what I'm saying? So we need to have them uncomfortable conversations. Teachers, if you're listening out there, like, open up. Like, our ways is gone. We had our youth. It's their time. We need to adjust. We need to listen. We need to be proactive. We need to have conversations, and like every let's be honest, every administration ain't cool with their coach. I'm blessed to have a great principal, but I'm just saying, I'm talking for the brothers and sisters out there that, ain't on the same page. Like, we need to get on the same accord because we're here to help youth, period. You know what I'm saying? We here to fight the good fight, but we can't fight the good fight. We all ain't on the same page. And a lot of, I'm this, I'm educated, I'm that, and all that need to stop. We got to get on the same page or we're going to lose our culture. And that's what I got to say on that.
Oh, go ahead. You go ahead, James.
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback a little bit on that. And it's kind of like Medina was saying earlier, when you go to a school that's outside of our community, or and I'm sure you're from the city, like, we'll go and we'll play a team up in Westchester or in Long Island, and you look around and it's like, wow, this gym looks way better than mine, even though we have a great gym. But the question is then, like, why is that? Like, why are these schools so much nicer than ours? And that's a conversation that I need to have with these kids, and I don't have the answers for them. But it's just opening that discussion, and then they start to think about these questions. I think that's a big step in the right direction. And funding is a big thing. As an athletic director at Stevenson, I can say that it's not just necessarily more money that's going to get us to the next level. It's what we're doing with that money. So, our school, and kind of like Coach Boone was just saying, I have a good relationship with our administration, our principal. So I'm fortunate enough to get a lot of the money towards our athletic program. But a lot of schools are getting money and they're putting it in the hands of either hiring more administrators or not setting up programs that are going to directly impact these kids' lives. And we're paying more adults to do jobs that aren't having a direct impact on the kid's life, and the kids aren't seeing a direct effect. So more funding, obviously, we always are going to advocate for that, but just as important is what we're going to do with that money.
Yeah, so at our school at Dorsey, I'll be honest, our teachers are they're overworked and underpaid. So to extend that extra, our teachers, they do their best with trying to give that extra tutoring, but we need other outside resources, other community-based programs to come in and provide tutoring to our students, not just athletes, just everyone. And so our teachers are tired. Our administration is tired. At the end of the day, our principal, whenever he can get out of his office from having meetings, he does his best to support. Just like James was saying, when you go to other gyms, like, we need support in the stands, just to come watch your students play. It could be the local police station, the fire department, whatever it may, anybody, just take the time to come see what they're doing. So when you see them out on the street, you know who they are. On our earlier panel, we talked about PAL. I don't even know if our students know about PAL. So, or any other, there's things that are not local, they're not close. So our kids are just roaming the streets. So we had other community outreach programs that were there to, assist in giving them a safe place to go would be great. But definitely our teachers need help as well.
Just to kind of, I think, echo a lot of what I'm hearing already. But I am fortunate. I am part of Stevenson campus, but I'm in a different school than James. And the funding is a big issue, right? So like, because you're dealing with so much politics in one building, there's 5 schools and there's a lot of even cattiness among administrations, right? And so that's something I experience on a daily basis. And I know that the kids feel a divide as well from one school to the next. But just to jump in, like, there's a lot of teachers who are spread really thin, and I'm a teacher myself and I wear different hats in Stevenson, but there's also a disconnect. And I don't know if it's this new generation of teachers that are coming up, or because my mom was a teacher, but I clearly see that there's a difference for teachers who have been teaching 15, 20 years and teachers who have been in maybe just 10 years or around that area. But we start to see that they're not so easily adaptable to change, especially like in this new era of technology. It's either their way or the highway. And so they don't open those doors for youth or parents or coaches coming in and say, hey, can we change the way we do things? And so I really think that we need to center around community. Like, how are we building community amongst those teachers who may feel alienated and parents who may feel like they don't know what's going on in this new generation of education and coaching and teaching? And so for me, it's like, what happened to these community events, right? What happened to field day? And that's something that I've never experienced at Stevenson, but it's not anyone's fault. I've tried to get this program started, but it feels like there's a lot of resistance to change, right? But also I'm young, right? So like, what do I know? But it's like, no, I know what I'm talking about. But I guess you have to be in that environment where people are open and accepting and there's a sense of trust and community. And that's what there's a lack of, right? Everyone wants to wear that. Everyone wants to wear the hat of a leader, right? But a leader should inspire others to lead, right? And that's what we don't really see. We see more like, do things my way, do things how they should get done. But your way may have worked for you, but as a teacher and as a coach, as someone who was an athlete and wants to be part of this community, can we change so that we are continuing to achieve excellence and not just continuing to do a good job because what you know works, right? Could we be better? And so we need to have those community events. And in the time of COVID, it's extremely hard, right? But this will pass, but are we going to be better at the end of it? Or are we going to be in the same place or even further back than we were, because now our students are disinterested, our athletes are disheartened, and we're overworked, right? So it's all moving parts, but it starts with building that at the community level.
I'd like to go on that. And, you know, as an NBA coach, our players pretty much have all the power. If I can just keep it real, like they just do. We're there to assist the players and to help the players go where they want to go. And to do that, that takes listening to the players. You know, Coach Spoon said it and Bailey just said it, like, are we listening to the people who we are trying to help? Like, we are all here for the kids. That is it. And the problem is at times, you know, either we think we're too good or we're not listening, whatever the case may be, and we stop. We don't remember why we started doing what we are doing. And you know, for us as NBA coaches, when I go back and, you know, I talk to high school coaches, whatever the case may be, or college coaches, like, you know, I was a college coach. I've seen a lot of college coaches. This is my program. This is how we're going to do it. Right. And we lose sight of what the kids want and need because it's about me. And in the NBA, I know, like, we don't have a choice. It can't be about me. If it's about me, I'm getting fired. That's just how this works. Right. In college and high school, it can be that way. But at the end of the day, is that what's best for the kids? Our kids are smart. We trust them to go run plays. We trust them on the field. You know, we trust them to do all these things. But then when it comes to their lives, right, it's about us. This is what I'm going to do for your life. Instead of asking, what do you need for your life? And it's been cool to be on this panel because I've heard all you coaches, youth that are coaching youth, talk specifically about how you're helping your kids. And I just hear you guys listening to your kids, listening to what your kids need. And if we're not doing that and empowering our kids to understand what they need and to be able to verbalize that, speak that, right, and to give them ideas and resources to help them reach their full potential, then we're not doing what we should be doing as coaches.
Yeah, and I want to say, you know, some of my kids they may live in a foster home, group homes. But for me, I don't care where you come. I don't care where you come from. As long as you're willing, you want to work hard and you have the heart. I don't, it doesn't even matter. I'll check in with whoever I have to check in with, social worker, whomever it is. If you want to play, you can play on my team for sure.
They got to give the coaches across America, everybody, not just on this panel. I'm thinking about, my coaching brothers that, I have conversations with every day. Give the coaches proper preparation to prepare these kids, period. You know what I'm saying? So we can have, priority, principle, and progression. We need them 3 Ps right there. That's all I gotta say, because it's heartfelt. I'm fighting. I'm gonna fight this fight till I die. So that's how I feel about this. I'm getting emotional, but yeah.
Yeah, and Owen, you mentioned Adidas legacy, and for sure, Adidas legacy has definitely come in and played a huge role for the Adidas legacy teams. In the past, my girls have had to worry about where they're going to get shoes from. They might play on the court in the shoes that they wore to school, worked out in, and then play in a game with. So not having those worries for our students, our athletes, is amazing. And just being able to have the same look across the board, it definitely is amazing. So I appreciated the legacy for that as well.
Yeah, I love all these comments. I love the passion because I know we're all united kind of in that. I can hear everyone getting a little more passionate the more we speak. And I think we're coming up on time here, but I do think it's important hearing that the same things we want for our youth, or we need to do to help empower our youth, that listening, kind of a lot of those things, Ronald, you just talked on, are the same things we need from our organizations and from leadership. So it's not reinventing the wheel. We don't need to go out and do new things. We just need to listen. We need to be more empathetic and more open and caring and understanding to kind of change our ways. And I think, Richard, you spoke about accountability, and I think that's huge. And that's where we can kind of all come in, whether it's youth coaches or a youth team or it's the NBA, but holding folks accountable who are in those positions of power, because they're only in positions of power from the support they receive from everyone else. So we're all agents for one another. And I think it's important when we think about that for our youth, but also for our leadership and the organizations in power. So, man, it's been fantastic to be on this panel. Ahada, I want to thank all the panelists who are here today. It was a pleasure to meet you all and to learn from you guys and your experiences. And I'll throw it over at Ahada, see if there's any questions.
Absolutely. No, you all did such an amazing job. I don't see any new questions coming in, but I will say this to you all, that that's what this event was put together for, was so that, number one, we bring awareness to the fact that we all have to do this better. We have to be better. And I think that starts with us. And it starts with the conversations that we put out there. You all are out here in the street fighting the fight. And if we as organizations, as change makers, can't listen to the people who are out there doing the work, then we've got much bigger problems. And so I want to thank each and every one of you. Richard, Bailey, Medina, Jewel, Coach Spoon, James, Ronald, and Owen, thank you so much for just having this conversation and being honest. And certainly your heart shows through for these kids and for what you do. So thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Again, I want to just thank everyone for attending this event. I want to thank Robin Arzon for contributing to the event with her awesome pre-show recording. I want to thank all of our moderators and panelists for participating in these important conversations. Your contributions are greatly appreciated and sure to be utilized, hopefully by our audience members and surely by this organization. And I want to thank our partners at Adidas, specifically Vanessa Bump and her team, for lending your ambassadors and legacy coaches to this event. And again, we'd like to thank our presenting sponsor, Michelob ULTRA, for supporting our mission and goal to address racial and social injustice in a way that brings all these change makers to the table to come up with real and tangible solutions. And thank you to all of our audience members for taking whatever time you had today to check in and hear our panelists speak. We've shared links to follow and connect with all of our panelists in the chat, and we'll send these links to our follow-up emails to all of our registrants. Please continue to follow us on social media, and we hope to see you at all of our future events. Until then, good night.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you for this platform.